What terrors lie beneath the frozen surface, waiting for the unwary to tread too close? As the endless night of the Arctic descends, shadows dance upon the ice, and the air thickens with an unsettling chill. Whispers of ancient legends swirl like the snowflakes that fall silently, each carrying tales of creatures that defy imagination. The Inuit speak of the huldufolk, ethereal beings that can ensnare a wanderer's mind, leading them into the icy abyss. Others tell of the fearsome Qalupalik, a monstrous predator lurking beneath the surface, its eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger. Even the bravest explorers, driven by dreams of glory, have vanished without a trace, swallowed by the icy grip of the unknown. Beneath the shimmering ice, the very fabric of reality seems to tremble. The crack of shifting glaciers echoes like a sinister heartbeat, a reminder that the frozen wilderness is anything but lifeless. Strange shapes pulse beneath the surface, casting eerie shadows that flicker and fade, teasing the imagination of those brave enough to venture near. Is it merely the play of light upon brittle ice, or can the eyes of the damned truly see? A frigid wind howls a mournful tune, hinting at the souls lost in a haunting dance with forces beyond comprehension. As the storm gathers strength, the tension escalates. The freezing temperatures conceal not just danger, but ancient truths long buried under layers of frost. With each passing moment, the air crackles with anticipation. Those who dare to tread the ice must navigate both the treacherous landscape and the darker corners of their own minds. Could the creatures of myth be more than mere folklore? Are they the manifestations of humanity's deepest fears? Or do they exist, waiting for the perfect moment to rise? Every explorer carries a burden of hope and dread, a fragile thread that can snap at any moment. A flicker of movement beneath the ice draws the eye, an eerie silhouette darting just out of sight. Breath catches in throats as the legends of old surge back to life, reborn in the pulse of the frozen world. Something is stirring, awakening from a long slumber, and the very essence of the Arctic feels poised on the brink of revelation. As the first light of dawn glimmers on the horizon, the ice begins to crack, and the ancient secrets threaten to break free. What awaits those who dare to listen to the whispers of the wind? Will they uncover the truth behind the myths, or will they too become part of the chilling tapestry woven by time? In the Arctic, history is not just a series of events. It is a living entity that breathes, shifts, and stirs with a relentless hunger for the unwary. The ice is both a cradle and a tomb, and the very air vibrates with the promise of a reckoning that has been centuries in the making. The icy winds howled through the barren expanse, carrying whispers of ancient tales long forgotten. In the shimmering light of the auroras, colors danced across the sky, weaving together stories of the past, of gods and creatures that once roamed the frigid lands of the Arctic. Here, amidst the frost and snow, the origins of Arctic mythology take shape, tales that hung in the air like the chill, capturing hearts and minds alike. Centuries ago, the world of the Arctic was alive with the vibrant pulse of life. The Inuit people, along with other indigenous groups like the Chukchi and the Sami, wandered through this stark landscape, their survival intertwined with the natural elements that surrounded them. Each blizzard, each shimmering star above, told a story, and every shadow cast by the jagged mountains held a secret. The harshness of their environment necessitated a rich tapestry of beliefs, where nature was not just a backdrop, but a living, breathing entity, an array of spirits, gods, and mythical beings. As the long nights enveloped the land, communities gathered around fires, the flames flickering like the mysteries they sought to unravel. Elders shared stories, their voices rising like smoke into the cold night air, invoking the spirits of the sky and sea. The great raven, with its glossy feathers and cunning ways, was often at the center of these tales. It was said that the raven created the world, pulling it from the depths of darkness with its powerful wings. Lighting the sky, it gifted humanity with the sun, the moon, and the stars, illuminating the frozen expanse that was once shrouded in shadows. Such stories ignited the imagination, offering hope in the face of struggle and assurance amid uncertainty. Then there was Sedna, the goddess of the sea, revered and feared. Legend spoke of her tragic tale, how she fell into the depths of the ocean, betrayed and alone, transforming into a powerful being who commanded the marine life. To the Inuit, she was not merely a deity, but a mother figure who controlled the bounty of the sea. Fishermen whispered prayers to her, offering gifts in hopes of securing a successful catch, their hearts echoing her pain in their own struggles for survival. The bond between the people and Sedna was deep, a reflection of their reverence for the unforgiving waters that sustained them. Each wave crashing against the shore was a reminder of her power, a call to respect the fragile balance of life in the Arctic realm. In the stories, the landscape itself became a character, its harsh beauty a constant companion. The mountains loomed like watchful giants, their icy peaks piercing the heavens. The rivers flowed like lifeblood, carving paths through the land, shaping the very existence of those who dwelled nearby. Animals, too, held significant roles: bears, wolves, and caribou, all woven into the fabric of mythology. These creatures were not mere beasts to be hunted. They were manifestations of spirits and ancestors, guardians of the earth's secrets. Each hunt was a sacred act, a dance of respect and gratitude, a testament to the ancient belief that every living thing was interconnected. As seasons changed, so too did the stories, evolving with the rhythms of nature. The dark nights of winter gave way to the bright promise of spring. During the summer months, the sun never set, casting a warm glow over the land, an event celebrated with joyous stories of rebirth and renewal. The tales of the earth were rich with emotion, filled with laughter, sorrow, bravery, and fear. Each story offered a sense of belonging, a thread that tied the people to their ancestors and the land they cherished. Yet, lurking in the shadows, there were tales of darkness, the spirits that wandered the frozen wilderness, seeking vengeance or solace. The Tunbak, a monstrous creature of ice and shadow, instilled fear in the hearts of those who dared to stray too far from the safety of their homes. It was said to be a guardian of the land, punishing those who disrespected the sacred balance. The legends surrounding the Tunbak served as a stark reminder of the delicate line between survival and destruction. Such stories kept the community vigilant, aware of the unseen forces that shaped their destinies. As time passed, these tales transcended generations, woven into the fabric of Arctic life. They became more than stories. They were the very essence of identity, a way to understand the world and one's place within it. Each myth carried lessons, offering guidance in moments of uncertainty, weaving together the past, present, and future in a tapestry that was as intricate as the northern lights illuminating the night sky. Even as the Arctic faced change, with the encroachment of modernity and new ways of life, the heartbeat of these ancient tales persisted. They echoed through the icy winds like a haunting melody, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. In the face of adversity, the stories of the Arctic mythology served as a beacon, illuminating paths through the darkness and keeping the flame of culture alive. In the timeless dance of creation and destruction, the legends of the Arctic remained steadfast. They were more than mere words. They were the memories of ancestors, the hopes of descendants, and the lifeblood of a culture that thrived on the edge of the world. The stories resonated within the hearts of those who heard them, binding people together in a shared understanding of life's fragility and beauty. As the auroras flickered overhead, casting ethereal hues across the ice, the whispers of the past continued to breathe in the present, fueling a sense of wonder. The origins of Arctic mythology were not contained within books or artifacts. They lived within the very souls of the people, echoing through their joys and struggles. With every heartbeat, every breath, the stories surged forward, a relentless tide of emotion and connection, guiding them through the frost-bitten landscape of existence. The frozen landscape stretched endlessly, a vast expanse of white shimmering under the northern lights, painting the sky in greens and pinks. Here, in this icy wilderness, the air was filled with a haunting stillness that breathed life into ancient stories. The Inuit people, guardians of this land for millennia, moved with grace and purpose, their spirits entwined with the world around them. Each footprint left behind on the snow whispered of traditions, beliefs, and an unbreakable bond with nature. Inuit beliefs were not merely a collection of stories. They were the very fabric of existence, woven with threads of the earth, sky, and water. The spirits of their ancestors danced among the shimmering stars, and the howling winds brought messages from the past. Every animal, every rock, every gust of wind held significance. The Inuit viewed themselves as part of a greater whole, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the universe. One twilight evening, the community gathered around a flickering fire, the flames casting warm shadows on their faces. Elders shared tales of the great spirits that roamed the land and sea. The story of Sedna, the goddess of the sea, was a favorite. It spoke of her sacrifice and the delicate balance between life and death. As the elders recounted her tale, the listeners sat enthralled, their hearts swelling with pride and longing, feeling the weight of their heritage. Sedna, with her flowing hair of seals and her deep connection to the ocean, became a symbol of resilience. But it was not just Sedna who shaped their beliefs. The Inuit believed in the idea of animism, the notion that everything around them was alive, filled with spirit and purpose. The animals they hunted were not just sources of food, they were respected partners in survival. A hunter would always offer thanks to a caribou before taking its life, understanding that this sacrifice was part of a greater cycle. This respect extended to every aspect of their world, from the fish beneath the ice to the birds soaring above. As the stories spun around the fire, a sudden chill swept through the gathering, causing a shiver to run down spines. An elder stood, his voice steady as he recounted the legend of the northern lights, the aurora borealis. "When the lights dance in the sky," he said, "it is the spirits of our ancestors, celebrating with us." Gasps filled the air as everyone looked up, their eyes wide with wonder. In that moment, the shimmering lights seemed to pulse with life, casting a magical glow upon the snow. The Inuit connection to the land was profound, rooted in a history that spanned generations. They understood the cycles of nature, the changing seasons, the migration of animals, the flow of the tides. Each cycle brought with it lessons. In the summer, when the land was lush, families would gather berries and fish, preparing for the long winter ahead. In the white stillness of winter, they would come together, sharing stories and the warmth of community. But as the winds howled and the snow fell relentlessly, dark clouds gathered on the horizon. Change was coming. The Inuit had always faced challenges from the harsh environment. But now a new threat loomed. Outsiders encroaching on their land, bringing with them a different way of life. The arrival of whalers and traders disrupted the delicate balance they had maintained for centuries. The Inuit were resilient, but the pressure was immense. The elders often spoke of the importance of passing down knowledge to the younger generations. It was vital that the children understood their heritage, the stories, the songs, and most importantly, the beliefs that held their world together. "You are the keepers of our traditions," one elder would say, his voice cracking with emotion. "Never forget who you are." One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the snow, a young girl named Anana sat quietly, her mind swirling with thoughts. She felt the weight of her ancestors' expectations pressing down on her. The elders had shared so much wisdom, but the outside world beckoned, filled with glittering promises that seemed so far removed from the life she knew. Yet, deep in her heart, she understood the stories of Sedna and the Northern Lights. They were her compass, guiding her through uncertainty. In this moment of reflection, Inanna looked up at the vast sky, her breath visible in the crisp air. The auroras danced above, swirling and shimmering, reminding her of the spirits watching over her. She closed her eyes, feeling a connection to her ancestors, a bond that transcended time. The whispers of the past filled her ears, urging her to remember. But there were those who questioned. As whispers of change echoed through the community, a division began to form. Some sought to embrace the new ways, believing that progress lay in abandoning the old. Others clung desperately to tradition, fearful that losing their beliefs would mean losing themselves. Tensions flared like a storm on the horizon, and the air grew thick with uncertainty. Amidst the turmoil, Inanna felt a pull, a calling to unite her people. She began to gather the children, sharing the stories that shaped their existence. Tales of the land, the sea, the animals, and the spirits that inhabited their world. In the firelight, their eyes sparkled with wonder, and slowly, the flicker of hope ignited within her. In the weeks that followed, Inanna's determination grew. She invited the elders to share their wisdom, urging the community to remember the strength of their connection. As the stories flowed, the tension began to ease. The laughter of children filled the air, a reminder that the spirit of the Inuit was alive, vibrant, and unyielding. But change was inevitable, and the shadows of the outside world loomed larger. The encroachment continued, forcing the Inuit to confront difficult choices. Would they cling to the old ways, or adapt to the new reality? The struggle between tradition and modernity became a battleground for the soul of their culture. Inanna knew the importance of balance, the delicate dance between honoring the past and embracing the future. She sought to bridge the divide, to weave together the stories of the old and the new, believing that the strength of her people lay in their ability to adapt while remaining true to their core beliefs. As she stood before her community, the shimmering lights above casting an ethereal glow, Inanna felt the weight of history resting on her shoulders. The voices of her ancestors surrounded her, urging her forward. The night was electric with possibility, and the stories continued to flow, binding them together in a way that was more powerful than any outside force. The flickering flames crackled, echoing the heartbeat of the land, as Inanna spoke of unity, of connection, and of the enduring spirit of the Inuit. The elders nodded in agreement, the songs of their ancestors intertwining with the rhythm of hope. And as the lights danced above, illuminating the dark skies, the whispers of the past, present, and future converged, creating a tapestry rich with emotion, resilience, and an unyielding bond that could not be broken. The journey was only beginning, and the stories would continue to unfold, weaving a legacy that would transcend time. Snowflakes drifted softly to the ground, each one a tiny masterpiece, shimmering in the pale light of dawn. As they fell, they whispered secrets of ages past, stories etched in the very fabric of the ice that blanketed the land. This ice was not merely a frozen layer, it was a living entity, steeped in the spirit of the earth itself. The glistening surface, an untouched canvas, held the echoes of ancient rituals and the remnants of a world that breathed life into the cold. Generations of indigenous peoples revered this ice, understanding it as a vital force, a guardian of their history and culture. To them, it was more than a simple weather phenomenon. It was imbued with spirit, a character that watched over them with timeless wisdom. Elders would sit by flickering fires, recounting stories of how the ice had shaped their lives, how it had witnessed their struggles and triumphs. They spoke of the ice with a reverence reserved for sacred things, as though acknowledging its pulse beneath the surface. When the frost kissed the earth, it brought with it a sense of magic and mystery. Hunters would tread carefully upon the frozen surface of lakes, aware that they were walking on the very breath of their ancestors. Every crack and groan of the ice echoed with voices from the past, reminding them of their connection to something far greater than themselves. As they hunted, they offered thanks, a simple gesture that forged a bond between the living and the spirits that dwelled within the ice. Ceremonies were held to honor this powerful entity. Women would gather, their voices rising in harmony with the wind, singing songs of gratitude, asking for protection and guidance. The ice was their witness, enveloping them in its cool embrace, shimmering in the light of the ceremonial fire. It was a dance of life and death, a delicate balance that defined their existence. The ice absorbed their offerings, transforming them into stories that would be passed down through the ages. As winter tightened its grip, the landscape transformed into a breathtaking wonderland. Glaciers, ancient and colossal, shifted slowly, carving the land like a sculptor with a chisel. These frozen giants were imbued with an energy that felt alive, as though they were breathing, shifting, and whispering to one another. It was said that to walk among them was to feel the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that they were part of a vast, interconnected web of life. There were those who dared to challenge the ice, pushing its limits with machines and tools, attempting to manipulate what was never meant to be controlled. But the ice had its own way of teaching lessons, revealing its strength and resilience. When a massive storm rolled in, ferocious winds howled like a pack of wolves, and the ice stood firm, refusing to yield. Those who underestimated its power were met with harsh consequences, a reminder that the spirit of the ice would not be trifled with. Around the world, in remote corners and bustling cities, there were stories that intertwined, each echoing the others. In the Himalayas, the Sherpas revered the ice that capped their sacred mountains, believing it was the embodiment of their deities. In the Arctic, the Inuit held deep respect for the ice that shaped their way of life, crafting tools and stories to honor its presence. Across cultures, the ice became a symbol of endurance and survival, a testament to the tenacity of the human spirit. In the quiet of a snow-swept night, the air crackled with energy, and the ice seemed to glow under the moonlight. It was in these moments that one could feel the spirit of the ice most profoundly, as if it were reaching out, inviting them to listen closely. It held within it the laughter of children playing, the sorrow of lost loved ones, and the hope of a new dawn. Each flake was a word in a great, unwritten epic, urging the world to remember its stories and honor its essence. As spring approached, the ice melted, but it did not fade away. It transformed. Streams gushed with newfound vigor, carrying the stories of the ice into the rivers and oceans. The children who had once played upon its surface now watched as it trickled away, the cycles of nature revealing the delicate balance of life. The spirit of the ice lingered, woven into the very fabric of the land, reminding everyone that even in change there was continuity. Through the years, the ice became a metaphor for life itself, fleeting, beautiful, and essential. It taught the lessons of impermanence, drawing people together in shared reverence and awe. The elders would gaze at the shimmering surface, their hearts filled with a sense of belonging and responsibility. They understood that the ice was more than a geographical feature. It was a living tapestry, connecting them all through time and space. As the last remnants of winter faded, the sounds of nature returned, a symphony of life bursting forth from the thawing ground. The birds sang, the flowers bloomed, and life resumed its vibrant dance. Yet, even in the warmth of the sun, the spirit of the ice remained. It whispered through the rustle of the leaves, in the gentle lapping of the water, and in the laughter of those who carried its stories. The essence of the ice would always be a part of them, a reminder of the sacred bond they shared with this extraordinary celestial being. The world continued to spin, seasons blending into one another, but the spirit of the ice would never be forgotten. It lingered in the hearts of those who had learned to respect it, to honor its significance. Its stories, ever present, awaited the listener ready to hear, to accept the lessons it imparted. The cycle of nature marched on, the ice waiting patiently for winter's return, ready to weave its magic once more. The icy wind howled like a lost spirit, whipping through the desolate shores where the sea met the sky in a restless embrace. Waves crashed against jagged rocks, sending sprays of salt water into the air, a reminder of the endless power of the ocean. Fishermen stood on the edge, their eyes scanning the water, hoping for a bountiful catch, but there was an unspoken fear that gripped them tightly, a fear of the woman who ruled these waters. They whispered her name in reverence and dread, Nuliajuk, the goddess of the sea. Long ago, when the world was still young and the Inuit people thrived in harmony with nature, Nuliajuk was more than a name. She was the essence of life itself. She was both protector and punisher, a spirit of the deep who wielded control over the fish and the tides. Some days she smiled upon the fishermen, guiding schools of fish towards their nets. But on others, when anger stirred in her heart, she unleashed storms that swallowed entire boats whole, leaving only silence in their wake. The fishermen knew this balance all too well. The sea was a sustainer, but it was also a treacherous keeper of secrets. Legend had it that Nuliajuk was once a beautiful woman with hair that flowed like the shimmering currents of the ocean. She lived among the people, sharing laughter and warmth until one fateful day when tragedy struck. On that day, she lost her beloved child to the depths of the frigid sea. Heartbroken and tormented, she wept for her loss, her tears mingling with the salt water, transforming her into a goddess. From that moment forward, she became the guardian of the sea, forever searching for her lost child, forever watching over those who dared to venture into her domain. The fishermen remembered this story well, telling it around fires as the stars blanketed the night sky. They spoke of the time when Nuliajuk appeared before them in a vision. Her voice, echoing like a soft whisper through the crashing waves, warned them of the coming storm. "Treat the sea with respect," she said, her words wrapped in an otherworldly cadence, "for it is both your friend and your foe." The fishermen listened intently, their hearts racing, knowing that her warning held the weight of their very survival. Yet, as time passed, some began to forget the old ways. The relentless march of progress cast shadows over ancient traditions, and the fishermen grew careless. They overfished, laughing at the warnings whispered by the elders. In their hubris, they believed they had tamed the sea, but Nuliajuk watched silently, her heart heavy with sorrow. She could bear their disrespect no longer. One fateful evening, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, the fishermen set out in their boats, oblivious to the dark clouds gathering above. Soon the winds changed, howling with fury, and the first drops of rain fell like daggers. Panic spread among the fishermen as they struggled against the waves that rose higher and higher, each swell a reminder of Nuliajuk's wrath. Thunder cracked and lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the silhouette of the goddess hovering above the tumultuous sea, her face a mask of sorrow and rage. "Why do you disrespect me?" her voice boomed, reverberating through the storm. "I am the sea, and I will not be ignored." The fishermen trembled in their boats, their laughter replaced by cries of terror as they realized too late the power of the goddess they had taken for granted. As the storm unleashed its fury, one fisherman, a young man named Kimo, clutched the side of his boat, his heart pounding. He remembered the stories of Nuliajuk, her pain, and her love for those who honored her. Desperation gripped him, and in that moment he cried out, "Nuliajuk, please forgive us. We have forgotten your teachings, but we respect you. We honor you. Help us." The winds howled, and for a breathless moment everything went still. Kimo's heart raced, a fragile hope igniting within him. The storm paused as if Nuliajuk herself was considering his plea. He could feel her presence, cool and powerful, like the chill of the ocean's depths. In that moment, he understood. It was not only the fish that needed to be caught, but also the respect for the sea that needed to be restored. To his surprise, the storm began to ease, the waves settling into gentle swells as Nuliajuk's fury transformed into a sorrowful calm. Kimo sensed her sadness, her longing for her child, and he made a vow that echoed through his soul. He would honor her memory. He would teach others to respect the ocean. The winds whispered his promise, swirling around him like a protective embrace. As dawn broke, the fishermen returned to shore, shaken but alive. They spoke of Kimo's bravery, of the goddess who had spared them from certain doom. From that day forward, they changed their ways. They fished with care, offering thanks to Nuliajuk before every journey. They told stories of her power and grace, teaching their children to honor her spirit, ensuring that her legacy would echo through generations. But even as they restored their respect for the sea, Nuliajuk remained ever watchful, still searching for her lost child beneath the waves. She was both a guardian and a reminder, a force that compelled them to remember the delicate balance between humanity and nature. And as long as the sea roared and whispered, her legend would endure, wrapped in the salt of the ocean and the hearts of those who dared to dream. Yet the heart of the ocean held more tales within its depths, stories of those who would challenge the goddess, who would tempt fate, and those who would pay the price for their defiance. The fishermen knew that Nuliajuk was not to be trifled with as they cast their nets into the shimmering water, ever mindful of the lessons learned beneath the watchful gaze of the goddess who ruled the sea. Amidst the waves and the whispers of the wind, the promise of more stories lingered, waiting to unfold like the tides that ebbed and flowed. In the icy expanse of the Arctic, beneath the shimmering light of the aurora borealis, shadows whisper tales of beings so immense they could change the very landscape they tread upon. The Tornit, the giants of the Arctic, roamed these frozen territories long before the first explorers set foot on the land. Their legend lingers like the chill in the air, a haunting reminder of a forgotten past. The Tornit were not just figures of myth, they were real, towering people who lived in harmony with the unforgiving wilderness. They were said to be taller than the tallest of men, with skin like the rough bark of ancient trees and hair that flowed like the rivers of ice. The stories passed down through generations tell of their strength and wisdom, of how they once hunted the great beasts of the land and sea with an ease that seemed almost magical. Yet their existence was intertwined with an overwhelming solitude, a bittersweet dance with the relentless cold and the harsh realities of survival. In the dim light of a winter's dusk, the northern winds howled like lost souls, carrying with them the faint echoes of the past. It was a time when the Tornit, clad in thick furs, would gather around fires that flickered against the darkening sky, sharing stories woven with awe and reverence. The warmth of the flames was a sanctuary against the cold, a place where laughter mingled with the crackling of wood. But even in these moments of joy, a sense of foreboding lingered, a knowledge that their world was rapidly changing. As the years turned, the arrival of new peoples began to disrupt the delicate balance of life in the Arctic. The Tornit, with their ancient knowledge of the land, felt the encroaching footsteps of those who did not understand the ways of the ice and snow. The stories of their magnificent hunts, the songs sung to the spirits of the animal world, and the reverence for the earth began to fade, swallowed by the advancing tide of change. The giants, once the guardians of the Arctic, found themselves at the brink of a disappearing world. One such story speaks of a Tornit woman named Kaija. She stood taller than any of her peers, ice-blue eyes reflecting the shimmering landscape around her. With her long, flowing hair trailing behind her like a white cascade, she moved through the snow like a whisper on the wind. Kaija was known for her extraordinary ability to communicate with the animals, a gift that had been passed down through the ages. When she spoke, the seals would gather by the shore, listening intently as she shared tales of the sea and sky. But as the seasons passed, the calls of the seals grew quiet, replaced by the distant roar of engines and the thud of heavy boots. Kaija felt a stirring in her heart, a fear that the spirits of the land were restless. One night, under a sky brimming with stars, she stood at the edge of the ice, searching the horizon for answers. The wind howled, carrying a chilling warning. The giants were losing their grip on the world they cherished. In a moment of desperation, Kaija sought the wisdom of the elders. Gathered in a circle, their faces etched with lines of sorrow, they shared their fears. The land was changing, the animals were retreating, and the Tornit were fading into shadows. Each elder spoke of losses, the disappearance of the great mammoths, the silence where once there was music. Tears filled Kaija's eyes. She could not bear the thought of her people vanishing like the winter sun. As spring approached, bringing with it the thaw of ice and snow, a new urgency consumed Kaija. She decided to venture deep into the mountains, where ancient spirits were said to dwell. With each step, the cold bit at her skin, but within her burned the fire of determination. She climbed higher, the air growing thin as she reached the sacred sites of her ancestors. There, she called out to the spirits, begging for guidance, for a way to save her people. The wind howled in response, a voice both fierce and sorrowful. Suddenly, she felt a shift in the atmosphere, a presence surrounding her. The legends spoke of the Tornit's connection to the land, and in that moment she understood. The giants were not gone. They were woven into the fabric of the Arctic, into the snowflakes that danced in the air, and the frost that clung to the trees. They had become one with the earth, but their legacy was at risk of being forgotten. Kaija descended from the mountain, a new purpose igniting her spirit. She gathered her people, sharing the stories of their ancestors, reminding them of their strength and resilience. Each tale they told, each memory they shared, was like a thread binding them to their past. The Tornit were not merely giants. They were a part of the Arctic's heartbeat, and as long as their stories continued to be told, they would endure. But the world outside continued to press in, heedless of the whispers of the past. Ice melted, landscapes transformed, and the Tornit faced their greatest challenge. Their connection to the land was threatened by forces beyond their control. As the new peoples arrived, bringing with them their ways and machines, the Tornit knew they must act. With hearts united, they resolved to rise once more, not just as giants of past legends, but as guardians of their world. Underneath the shimmering auroras, Kaija and her people prepared for a fierce battle. Not one of weapons and violence, but a struggle for their very identity. They gathered their voices, their stories, and their rich heritage, ready to reclaim a place in a world that seemed to have forgotten them. The winds howled a song of defiance, echoing their resolve through the icy canyons and vast tundras. And as the darkness of night enveloped the Arctic, the Tornit stood tall, not just as giants of flesh and bone, but as a spirit that refused to be extinguished. The echoes of their past intertwined with the present, a living testament to their existence, a reminder that legends never truly die. They simply await the moment to rise again, as fierce and magnificent as the auroras that danced above their heads. The fog rolled in thick off the coast, curling like ghostly fingers around the jagged rocks. It swallowed the cries of seagulls and muffled the laughter of children playing near the shore. A chill crept through the air, not just from the cold sea breeze, but from an ancient fear that clung to the hearts of those who knew the stories of the Qalupalik. Long ago, the Inuit people, living in harmony with the land and sea, spoke in hushed tones of the Qalupalik, creatures said to lurk just beyond the waves, waiting for their moment to strike. They were no ordinary monsters. These were the child snatchers of the sea, beings with skin slick like the surface of the water, eyes that glimmered like the stars above, and a haunting song that lured the unwary to their watery doom. Children, with their innocent laughter and bright spirits, were their favorite targets. Parents spoke of the Qalupalik in the evenings, warning their children to avoid the water when the fog rolled in, when the world became a blend of shadow and uncertainty. "Stay close," they urged, their words trembling with urgency. "The sea can be deceiving." Yet the children, filled with the fearlessness of youth, scoffed at the tales. How could anything so beautiful as the ocean hold such danger? One crisp morning, A girl named Ayla wandered too far, her curiosity piqued by the whispers of the tide. Her mother had warned her, but the allure of the frothy waves was too strong. As she approached the water's edge, the sunlight danced upon the surface, creating a shimmering tapestry that seemed to call her name. Ayla! The breeze seemed to murmur, weaving through her hair, and for a moment she felt as if the sea were beckoning her home. Then she heard it, the soft, melodic singing that floated through the air like a gentle lullaby. It was sweet and enchanting, pulling at her heartstrings, urging her to step closer to the water. The song wrapped around her like a warm blanket, comforting and inviting. Ayla took a hesitant step, her bare toes sinking into the cool sand. But somewhere hidden in that soothing melody, a darker note throbbed. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder of what lay beneath the waves. Shadows shifted just below the surface, vague shapes that flickered in and out of sight. Ayla's heart raced. She had seen the paintings on the walls of her village, the ancient depictions of the Qalupalik with their long fingers and gaping mouths, but they felt like nothing more than stories meant to frighten children into obedience. Yet, there she was, drawn to the ocean, transfixed by its beauty and terrified of the unknown. The song grew louder, urging her to dance along the shoreline, to let the tide wrap around her ankles as if inviting her to join in a waltz with the very essence of the sea. Just then, she felt a tug at her heart, a pang of foreboding that made her hesitate. A shadow slipped beneath the water's surface, and the singing stopped. Silence hung heavy in the air, thick with an unsettling stillness. Ayla froze, glancing back toward the village. She could see her mother in the distance, hands on her hips, eyes narrowed with concern. "Come back, Ayla," her mother called, her voice slicing through the stillness. "The Qalupalik are near." But the warning felt like a distant echo as Ayla stood there, torn between duty and desire. Just then, a figure emerged from the depths, a creature, slippery and sleek, with long, flowing hair that resembled seaweed. Its eyes sparkled with mischief, and it smiled wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Come play with us," it coaxed, its voice sweet as honey, yet laced with something sinister. "We have so much fun beneath the waves." Ayla's breath caught in her throat. The creature's beauty was mesmerizing, but the stories flooded back, how the Qalupalik could trap a child forever in their underwater kingdom, playing games that never ended. "Stay away," she shouted, her voice quivering but steady. "You're not real." The creature pouted, the smile faltering as its eyes darkened. "You're not afraid?" it asked, tilting its head. "We can give you everything you want. Just come closer." The ocean churned as if it too were part of the creature's call, and for a fleeting moment Ayla felt the pull of the water around her ankles. A gentle tug urging her forward. The temptation swirled in her mind, whispering of adventures beyond her wildest dreams. But just as suddenly as it came, the fleeting image of joy turned to a vision of despair. Her mother's face, pale and stricken with fear, haunted her thoughts. With a sudden surge of clarity, Ayla turned and ran, her feet pounding against the sand, the salty air stinging her eyes. The Qalupalik's song followed her, a haunting echo that clawed at her resolve. "You can't escape," it sang, the melody curling around her mind like a vine. "You belong to us." She reached her mother, who enveloped her in a fierce embrace, heart pounding with terror. "What did I tell you?" her mother breathed, her voice shaking. "You must never go near the water alone. The Qalupalik are always waiting." But even as she held Ayla tight, the creature's song lingered in the air, a reminder of the darkness just beyond the shore. The fog rolled in thicker now, swallowing the sun, and Ayla felt a shiver run down her spine. She could sense the ocean's restless energy, the waves crashing with increasing intensity, as if it were angry at being denied its prey. Above them, dark clouds gathered, swirling ominously. The villagers, now alerted to the danger, began to gather, their faces pale with fear, eyes scanning the water for signs of the mythical snatchers. The tales were no longer just stories. They were a reality lurking just beyond the foam and spray, and as the Qalupalik watched from the depths, their hungry eyes glimmering with anticipation, the village braced for the storm. A storm brought not just by the weather, but by the age-old legends that had come to life, threatening to take what they held most dear. The air crackled with tension, and the ocean roared, echoing the fears of generations. The hunt had begun. The sky was a bruised purple, swirling with the last remnants of sunlight as the harsh Arctic winds whispered secrets across the frozen tundra. Snowflakes danced in the air, each one a tiny messenger carrying the weight of ancient stories. They fluttered down, landing softly on the pale skin of the man who roamed this desolate landscape. Kiviuk, the legendary hero of the Inuit, stood tall against the biting cold, his spirit a flame that the harshness of the world could never extinguish. As the shadows stretched longer, Kiviuk's heart raced with the echoes of his past. Adventures of bravery and sacrifice that had made him a name whispered in awe among generations. Villagers spun tales around fires, their eyes wide with wonder as they spoke of his encounters with mysterious creatures that lurked in the icy depths and his battles against forces that sought to crush hope itself. Kiviuk was not just a man. He was an embodiment of resilience, a bridge between the living and the spirits of the Arctic. His journey was not just his own, it was the lifeblood of his people, woven into the very fabric of their identity. Each step he took was a path laid by those who had walked before him, and the snow beneath his feet bore witness to innumerable tales of triumph and tragedy. The air around him crackled with energy, a reminder that he was never truly alone. As he moved forward, he sensed the presence of his ancestors, their voices a gentle murmur urging him onward. Yet danger loomed like a storm on the horizon. Whispers of a dark force had begun to seep into the hearts of the Inuit, a malevolence that threatened to consume the very essence of their existence. It was said that a creature of the ice, a fearsome being called the Tornit, had awakened from its slumber, seeking vengeance for ancient wrongs. Villagers spoke of its massive form, covered in thick white fur, eyes like glowing embers, and a roar that could shake the mountains. Kiviuk felt a chill that wasn't from the cold as he recalled the words of the elders. This creature was no mere myth. It was a reality that could shatter the harmony of their world. The wind howled, piercing through the silence, and Kiviuk tightened his grip on the spear he carried, its surface etched with the stories of his ancestors. Each mark was a reminder of the strength they had shown in the face of unspeakable odds. The weight of his duty pressed heavily on his shoulders. He was not just a hero, he was a protector, a beacon of hope in a world threatened by darkness. As night fell, the Arctic landscape transformed into a realm of shadows. The moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow on the snow, and Kiviuk felt a pull deep within him, a stirring of courage that surged like the tides of the ocean. He moved swiftly, his breath visible in the frosty air, each exhale a prayer for strength. The stories of his past propelled him forward, his encounters with the sea monsters of the north, the trials he faced in the deep wilderness, and the friendships he forged with the spirits of the land. But tonight he felt a different calling. A vision flickered at the edge of his mind, a glimpse of a great battle that awaited him. The Tornit was on the move, its terrible roar echoing through the valleys, sending shudders through the hearts of all who heard it. The people of his village had gathered, fear etched into their faces as they clutched their children close, praying to the spirits for protection. Kiviuk's heart pounded as he approached the gathering, the sound of drums pulsing in the background like a battle cry. The villagers looked to him, their eyes filled with hope, and in that moment he felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. He stepped forward, his voice steady and resolute. I will face the Tornit. I will not let fear take hold of our land. The words hung in the air, igniting a flicker of hope in their hearts. But it was not just bravery that was needed, it was wisdom. Kivyuk turned to the elders, their faces lined with the stories of ages past. They spoke of the legends, of how the Tornit could only be appeased through a profound understanding of its pain. It was a creature forged from the harshness of the Arctic, a guardian turned malevolent, twisted by loss and anger. Kivyuk's heart ached at the thought. The Tornit was not merely an enemy, but a reflection of the struggles faced by his people, a guardian turned monstrous through centuries of suffering. As the fires crackled and the drums echoed, he prepared himself, the weight of his spear a reminder of the gravity of his mission. He would not go into battle blind. He would seek to understand, to listen. The night held mysteries that begged to be unraveled, and Kivyuk was determined to find a way to reach the heart of the beast. The wind shifted, carrying an ominous chill that sent shivers down his spine. The air grew thick with tension as the villagers chanted for his courage, their voices merging into a chorus of hope and fear, a melody that resonated deep within his soul. He closed his eyes, letting the rhythm guide him into a trance, where he could see glimpses of the Tornit's sorrow, its rage, and the untold stories that haunted its icy heart. Just as he opened his eyes, the earth shook beneath him, and a roar erupted from the distance, splitting the night like thunder. Kivyuk's blood ran cold, but his resolve only strengthened. The battle between light and darkness was about to begin, and he was ready to face whatever awaited him in the shadows of the Arctic night. With each step that took him closer to the source of the roar, the snow crunched beneath his boots, echoing the heartbeat of the land. He could taste the salt in the air, the impending clash between fate and fear drawing near. The lines had been drawn, but Kivyuk was not merely a soldier. He was a bridge, reaching across the chasm of pain that separated the past from the present, the hero from the monster. As the wind howled around him, he pressed on, ready to confront the darkness that lay before him, with hope as his shield and his ancestors by his side. On a chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the waves lapped gently against the rocky shores of a small Scottish isle. The air was thick with the scent of salt and seaweed, mingling with an unshakable sense of magic that hung like mist over the waters. Fishermen, weary from their day's toil, shared tales that sent shivers down spines, recounting the night they glimpsed the shimmering forms of women dancing on the rocks, their skin glistening like the sleek bodies of seals. These women, they whispered, were Selkies, creatures of myth whose beauty was matched only by the sorrow woven into their very being. The Selkies, blending seamlessly into the waves, could shed their sealskins and walk among humans under the light of the moon. It was said that a man's heart would quicken at their sight, entranced by their grace and the haunting songs that echoed across the water. Yet, lurking beneath the allure was a tale of longing and loss, a thread of fate that bound them to the sea. An old woman, her eyes clouded with the wisdom of age, would remind the villagers, "Beware, for love can tie you closer than chains, yet still leave your heart adrift." One winter night, a young fisherman named Ewan stood at the edge of a rocky outcropping, his breath fogging in the cold air. He had heard the stories, but something pulled him forward, an echoing call, a whisper from the depths. As he peered into the water, the moonlight danced on the waves, illuminating a figure that seemed to rise from the ocean itself. She emerged, long hair flowing like liquid silver, her skin shimmering like the waters around her. The Selkie stood before him, a vision of grace, her eyes deep and melancholic, reflecting a world of sorrow and longing. Ewan's heart raced. The legends spoke of men who captured Selkies, hiding their sealskins to keep them on land, but the price of such love was steep. He felt a magnetic pull toward her, a dangerous temptation. "What is your name?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Anya," she replied, her voice like the softest breeze. "But I am not meant for this shore. My heart belongs to the sea." Her words hung heavy in the air, laden with an unspoken weight, an ache that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. Over the days that followed, Ewan returned to the rocky outcropping, drawn back to Anya's haunting beauty. They shared stories, laughter, and the warmth of fleeting moments. But each time the tides rolled in, a shadow crossed Anya's face, a reminder of the skin hidden away, the seal form she could not shed for long. With every sunset, Ewan sensed the tightening grip of fate, knowing that love could tether them together but also tear them apart. The villagers watched with a mix of curiosity and caution, knowing well the tales of love turned to anguish. Old fishermen would shake their heads, telling young ones about the man who lost his Selkie bride when she found her skin again, slipping back into the waves, leaving him with nothing but the salt of his tears. "Mark my words," one grizzled man warned, his voice like gravel. "Love a Selkie, and you may well drown in your own sorrow." Ewan, consumed by passion, dismissed their warnings. His heart beat for Anya, and he believed love could conquer the ocean's call. He felt confident until the stormy night when the waves crashed like thunder against the cliffs. Lightning illuminated the tempestuous sea, and in that chaos Anya appeared, her form barely visible through the sheets of rain. "Ewan, I must go," she cried, her voice barely rising above the roar of the storm. "The sea calls to me. I cannot resist." Panic surged through him as he reached for her, desperation clawing at his throat. "Stay with me, Anya," he shouted, but the wind carried his words away like whispers lost to the night. She hesitated, fear and longing clashing in her eyes, but the pull of the ocean was a force he could not understand. "I will find your skin," he vowed, knowing the truth of her fate depended on that hidden seal pelt. But beneath the waves, darkness stirred, and the sea grew restless. Ancient voices echoed through the water, beckoning her home. Ewan's heart raced as he watched her struggle against the tide, her body swaying like a fragile leaf in a tempest. In that moment, he understood the depth of her sorrow, the love she carried for him, and the life that awaited her in the depths. When the storm finally calmed, with dawn's light cutting through the remnants of chaos, Ewan found himself alone on the shore, the salt of his tears mingling with the brine of the ocean. Every shell and stone held her memory, an imprint of a love both beautiful and heartbreaking. He scoured the sands, searching for the sealskin that would bind her to him forever. But the sea remained silent, as if mocking his plea. Days turned into weeks, and hope faded like the last rays of sunlight. Yet every night as the village fell asleep, Ewan would stand at the water's edge, listening for the soft song of a Selkie drifting across the waves. He began to wonder if he had been foolish to think love could defy the ancient laws of the sea, or if perhaps the stories were meant as warnings, lessons etched in the hearts of those who dared to love the impossible. As he gazed into the twilight waters, the sea beckoned him, revealing the grief and joy intertwined like a web of fate. The legends spoke of the Selkie's sorrow, but they also spoke of hope, the possibility that love could transcend even the deepest depths. And perhaps, just perhaps, Anya would find her way back to him, not bound by chains of sorrow, but free like the waves that danced endlessly under the moonlit sky. In those moments, Ewan could feel the pull of magic swirling around him, a promise that the sea hid its own secrets. The air crackled with anticipation, and he sensed that the tale was far from over, that love and loss were merely two sides of the same shimmering coin, always turning, always entwined like the fates of the Selkie women, forever caught between two worlds. Snowflakes danced in the air, swirling around the Inuit village like tiny, shimmering spirits as the sun dipped low on the horizon. The sky was painted in hues of pink and orange, a soft glow reflecting off the frozen landscape, and everything felt hushed, as if the world held its breath. It was winter in the Arctic, a time when the land transformed into a vast, white canvas, and amidst this beauty, the polar bear Nanook roamed silently, a majestic figure wrapped in a thick coat of fur that was both haunting and beautiful. Nanook was not just a bear, he was a spirit, a guardian of the Inupiat people. The elders spoke of him with reverence, their voices low and steady, as if summoning his presence with each word. They told tales of his strength, his wisdom, and the bond he shared with those who honored him. The children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited as they pictured Nanook prowling through the snow, a silent protector watching over them, his icy breath mingling with the winter air. The Inupiat believed that Nanook held the power of life and death. When hunters sought to fill their families' bellies, they whispered prayers to him, asking for his blessing. They understood the delicate balance of nature, recognizing that to take a life was a sacred act that required respect and gratitude. The spirit of Nanook demanded it. They would leave offerings of seal meat at the edge of the ice, tokens to show their appreciation for what he provided. One night, as the full moon cast an ethereal glow over the frozen land, a young boy named Nuka sat beside his grandmother, wrapped in the warmth of his fur parka. The wind howled outside, a fierce reminder of nature's power. Granny's weathered hands moved gently, weaving stories that were as much a part of their culture as the land itself. She spoke of a time when hunters had lost their way, caught in a storm, and how Nanook had guided them home. His massive form a beacon against the swirling snow. Nuka's heart raced as images filled his mind, of the hunters stumbling through the blizzard, fear gripping their hearts, only to see the silhouette of Nanook against the dark night. He could almost hear the crack of ice beneath the bear's paws, see the way his eyes mirrored the stars. It was a reminder that Nanook was no ordinary creature. He was a spirit, a living connection to the world beyond their own. But the stories were not just tales of glory and protection. They also carried a weight of responsibility. The Inupiat knew that Nanook demanded respect, not only from the hunters but from everyone. As the climate began to shift and the ice melted earlier in the year, they sensed the unease within Nanook. Silent whispers spread through the village, echoing the fear that he might one day turn away from them. Nuka felt the tension in the air. His youthful spirit was filled with hope, but he could not ignore the worried faces of the elders. One evening, as the village gathered around a fire, the air thick with smoke and laughter, a storm brewed on the horizon, both in the sky and within the hearts of the people. The talk turned dark as hunters shared their tales of empty seal holes and disappearing ice. Each word felt like a weight pressing down on Nuka's heart. "Maybe we need to show Nanook we still honor him," suggested one hunter, his voice strained with worry. The others nodded, but Nuka could see the uncertainty in their eyes. They all felt the pull of the spirit, urging them to act. Determined, Nuka decided he would do something. Under the shimmering northern lights, he ventured into the wilderness alone, seeking Nanook. With each step through the deep snow, he called out to the spirit, the sound of his voice swallowed by the vastness around him. "Nanook, I promise to honor you," he cried, his breath forming clouds in the frozen air. Suddenly, a whisper of wind brushed against his cheek. It was soft, yet powerful, like a gentle reminder that he was not alone. The snow crunched beneath him, and in an instant he found himself standing before a massive snowdrift. Heart racing, he realized he was not far from a seal hole, a sacred place where Nanook often hunted. Without thinking, he knelt in the snow, offering a piece of dried fish he had brought, a small token of respect from a boy who wanted to connect with the spirit. The wind picked up, swirling around him, and Nuka felt a presence. It was as if Nanook himself was watching, observing this brave boy who dared to make an offering. Fear and excitement coursed through him, and he whispered a prayer, promising to share the stories of their bond with others. Hours passed as he stood there, wrapped in the embrace of the cold, waiting for a sign. Just as he began to lose hope, a sound pierced the stillness, the deep, guttural growl of a bear. Nuka's heart skipped as he turned, his breath catching in his throat. There, emerging from the shadows, was Nanook, his powerful body glistening under the moonlight. The air crackled with energy, a connection forged between boy and spirit, a moment suspended in time. Nanook paused, his keen eyes locking onto Nuka's, and in that gaze the boy felt a surge of understanding. It was a bond that transcended words, a promise of protection and respect. Nuka knew then that he must return to his people, to tell them of this encounter, to remind them of their duty to honor Nanook and the fragile balance of life that he represented. As he turned to leave, Nanook gave one last, mighty growl, a sound that echoed through the night, resonating with power and wisdom. Nuka ran back to the village, the weight of his heart lifted, the spirit of Nanook guiding him home through the swirling snow, an eternal connection that would shape generations to come. When the icy winds howl across the frozen tundra, the walrus emerges from the desolate sea, a colossal figure cloaked in layers of blubber and mystery. Its tusks, sharp and formidable, gleam like ivory daggers under the pale sun, evoking both awe and terror in those who dare to gaze upon this magnificent beast. To the people of the Arctic, this creature is more than just a living being. It is a symbol of power, a harbinger of legends, and a reminder of the balance between survival and peril. In the shadows of ancient camps where flickering fires chased away the encroaching darkness, stories were woven into the fabric of life. Elders would gather the young, their eyes wide with excitement, to share tales of the fearsome, tusked beast. They spoke of a time when the walrus roamed the seas as a ruler, commanding respect from the creatures of the deep. The hunters, with their harpoons and nets, were both awed and terrified by the sheer might of this marine giant, whose bellowing call could be heard echoing through the icy canyons. It was said that the walrus could summon storms, unleashing fury upon those who sought to capture its majesty. Legends of the walrus were intricately woven with the lives of the Inuit people, who revered this creature as a guardian of the ocean. They believed that the walrus held the secrets of the sea, its tusks akin to keys that unlocked hidden realms beneath the waves. In dreams, the walrus would visit the shamans, imparting wisdom and guidance, teaching them to respect the delicate bond between man and nature. The stories were passed down through generations, each telling adding layers to the enigma of the animal. For some, the walrus was a fearsome beast. For others, it was a protector. As the elders spoke, the crackling fire cast long shadows, and the young listeners could almost feel the cold spray of the ocean on their faces, hear the distant roar of the walrus as it breached the icy surface. One story, in particular, chilled them to the bone, a tale of a brave hunter who dared to challenge the beast. Armed with only his spear, he approached a massive walrus basking upon a floating ice sheet. The beast's eyes, like dark pools, seemed to read his very soul. In that moment, time suspended, and the air thickened with tension. The hunter's heart pounded in his chest as he realized he was no match for such an ancient creature. With a powerful twist of its body, the walrus surged into the water, creating waves that crashed against the ice. It was said that the hunter's spear missed its mark, shattering against the icy surface, sending shards flying like stars falling from the sky. The hunter returned to his village, his spirit forever marked by the encounter. He spoke of a great lesson learned, that nature's might cannot be tamed, only respected. The walrus became a legend, not merely as a beast of the sea, but as a vital force of the natural world, a reminder of humanity's place within it. But not all stories painted the walrus as a noble guardian. Among the whispers of the wind, tales of monstrous encounters surfaced, where the beast became a symbol of vengeance. Inuit lore spoke of a time when hunters overexploited the walrus population, taking more than they needed, disrupting the balance that had existed for centuries. In retaliation, it was said that the walrus called upon its kin, gathering in great numbers to block the hunters' paths. In the midst of the icy waters, the hunters found themselves surrounded, the tusked heads rising up like a wall of ivory, eyes blazing with ancient fury. The hunters fled, their hearts racing with fear and guilt, realizing that they had awakened the wrath of the sea. As the years passed, the walrus became a central figure in cultural art and storytelling, its image immortalized in carvings and intricate designs. Artists captured the essence of the beast, its strength, its mystery, its connection to the land and sea. The tusks, once symbols of terror, transformed into beautiful artifacts that represented resilience and the eternal dance between life and death. The walrus became not only a subject of reverence but also a reminder of the stories that shaped the identity of a people. In the flickering glow of the fires, one could feel the pulse of history entwined with the presence of the walrus. It was as if the very air shimmered with the weight of ancestral memories. The children, entranced by the tales, gazed into the depths of the night sky, hoping to catch a glimpse of the great beast swimming through the stars. The myths of the walrus were alive, breathing with emotion, a tapestry of fear and admiration that echoed through the ages. But as the world changed, so too did the stories. The encroachment of modernity began to erase the delicate balance of the ecosystem that had once thrived. The walrus, once a symbol of strength and survival, faced new threats, from climate change to hunting pressures. The legends that had once inspired awe now carried a somber weight, a warning of what could be lost if the respect for nature faded. In the silence that followed the tales, a palpable anxiety hung in the air, the anxiety of a people clinging to their traditions, aware that the world outside was shifting. They looked to the horizon, where the sea met the sky, and whispered prayers that the walrus would endure, that its story would continue to be told, echoing through the ages like the sound of waves crashing against the shore. And as the flames flickered and the night deepened, the children nestled closer together, their imaginations swirling with visions of the fearsome, tusked beast. They knew that the walrus was not just a creature of the sea, it was a testament to their past, a bridge to their future. The stories would never truly end. They would ripple through time, weaving the past into the present as the walrus continued to roam the waters, a symbol of power and mystique, forever etched in the hearts of those who understood its significance. The sound of the ocean, a lullaby of the ages, played softly in the background, a reminder that the walrus was always watching, always listening. Its tusks pierced the mysteries of the deep, and in the quiet moments, amidst the roaring winds, one could almost hear the whispers of the walrus calling out, urging humanity to listen, to learn, and to respect the delicate dance of life. The ocean whispers its ancient tales, a world of mystery hidden beneath layers of shimmering blue. In the quiet depths, shadows dance like phantoms, their forms shifting and swirling in an eternal ballet. As the sun dips below the horizon, darkness blankets the water, and the creatures of the night awaken. Here, in the watery abyss, life thrives in unimaginable ways, where each flick of a fin or flutter of a gill tells a story that has echoed for centuries. Once, long ago, sailors roamed these waters, casting nets and telling stories of mermaids and leviathans. They spoke of the kraken, a beast so enormous it could drag entire ships into the inky abyss. The haunting tales were born from the cryptic encounters with the monstrous squids that still roam the ocean's floor today. Their tentacles, like sinuous serpents, stretch out for countless feet, leaving only a glimmer of their presence above the waves. Sailors would return to shore, eyes wide, recounting their encounters, and the whispers of the sea grew into legends passed down through generations. Now, imagine the mesmerizing glow of bioluminescent creatures illuminating the darkness, transforming the ocean into a starry sky. Creatures like the anglerfish, with its eerie glow hanging like a lantern over its fearsome jaws, beckon unsuspecting prey closer. It is a cruel dance of survival, a testament to the harsh laws of nature where beauty and danger entwine. This delicate balance has existed for eons, shaping life in ways that astound even the most seasoned marine biologists. Venture further, where the vibrant colors of coral reefs rise like underwater mountains, alive with the symphony of staccato clicks and soft whispers. Here, clownfish dart between the anemones, each movement a celebration of life and the bond that connects them. The reefs themselves are living organisms, their hard exteriors a protective fortress for the delicate beings that call it home. Historical records show that these ecosystems have thrived for over 500 million years, yet they face threats from climate change and pollution, their fragile existence hanging in the balance. As the shadows creep deeper, the mighty blue whale glides silently by, an ancient titan of the sea. With a heart the size of a small car and a voice that can travel for miles, it sings songs that resonate through the ocean, echoes of its longing and wisdom. Whales have long been a symbol of the ocean's vastness, their migrations a map of the Earth's rhythms. They remind us of the interconnectedness of all life, a lineage that stretches back to the dawn of time. But darkness lurks too. In the coldest reaches of the ocean, the anglerfish isn't the only predator. Giant squids with eyes larger than dinner plates stalk the deep, their speed and stealth honed by eons of evolution. These creatures are the stuff of nightmares, often thought to be mere myth, yet they exist, lurking in the shadows, a reminder of nature's raw power and unpredictability. Stories from fishermen recount terrifying encounters, massive limbs wrapping around boats, pulling them down into the unknown. The fear and awe of what lies beneath the waves have sparked countless imaginations, igniting both curiosity and dread. The eerie calm of the ocean is occasionally shattered by the thunderous calls of the sperm whale, which can plunge to depths of over 10,000 feet in pursuit of colossal squid, its natural enemy. These titans of the sea have been hunting and evading one another for centuries. A dramatic rivalry that plays out in the depths of the water, unseen by human eyes. The historical balance of predator and prey has shaped the evolution of both species, creating an intricate web of life that is both fragile and fierce. Closer to the surface, the vibrant colors of the octopus flash in a dazzling display, shifting from reds to blues, a mesmerizing performance that captivates all who witness it. With intelligence that rivals some mammals, the octopus navigates its world with dexterity and cunning, using tools, solving problems, and even escaping from aquariums to roam the ocean floor. Historical accounts show that ancient civilizations revered these creatures, leaving them as symbols of mystery and transformation, their legends echoing in the minds of mariners and scholars alike. Beneath the waves, the stakes are high. Each encounter is a life or death struggle, where survival dictates the rules. The delicate seahorse, clinging to its coral home, is a master of disguise, blending into the vibrant ecosystem while facing threats from larger predators. Its mating ritual, a tender dance where males carry the young, is a poignant reminder of love and sacrifice amidst a harsh reality. As tides shift and currents swirl, the ocean remains a tapestry of life, woven together by threads of evolution and survival. The stories of the past linger, intertwining with the present, a constant reminder of the beauty and terror that exists just beneath the surface. Each ripple carries the weight of history, the rise and fall of species, the triumph over extinction, and the relentless march of time. The ocean, vast and uncharted, remains a source of inspiration and fear. It beckons to those who are willing to listen, whispering secrets that have been buried for ages. The call of the shark echoes in the minds of those brave enough to venture near, a symbol of nature's ferocity and grace. These apex predators, with their keen senses and formidable presence, elicit awe and respect, carrying the weight of their lineage as guardians of the sea. With every wave that crashes upon the shore, the tumultuous stories of the underwater world linger in the air, inspiring wonder and curiosity. As the ocean breathes, it reminds us of the delicate balance of life, where each creature plays a role in the grand symphony of existence. The depths continue to hold their breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where legends live on and mysteries beckon from the shadows, blending seamlessly into the ongoing saga of life beneath the waves. The night was ominously still. the kind of stillness that wrapped around the village like a thick fog, laced with whispers of the past. Beneath the shimmering blanket of ice that covered the land, ancient stories lay frozen, waiting to awaken. The moon, a sliver of silver in the sky, cast its faint glow on the snow-covered landscape, illuminating the hidden truths buried beneath layers of time. In this desolate but beautiful setting, the power of dreams and shamanic journeys intertwined, filling the air with an energy that was almost palpable. As the village slept, one figure stood apart from the rest, draped in furs, eyes closed in deep concentration. This was Kira, the village shaman, a woman whose spirit had danced with the northern lights. She held the wisdom of generations, and tonight she was preparing for a communion with unseen worlds. The ancestors beckoned her, their voices like echoes in her mind, urging her to listen, to feel, to journey beyond the ice that held their memories captive. The fire crackled beside her, flickering shadows over the snow, and as she inhaled the sweet smoke of burning herbs, her heart quickened with anticipation. With each breath, Kira felt the boundaries of her physical form begin to dissolve, the familiar world slipping away like water through fingers. Dreams were not mere figments of imagination. They were gateways to the past, pathways to understanding the delicate balance of life, death, and rebirth. Outside, the wind howled like a lost soul, a haunting melody that resonated with her. It spoke of the old stories, of warriors who had crossed treacherous terrains, their spirits merged with the very land they had fought to protect. Kira's vision blurred as her consciousness began to drift, and in that moment she felt a connection to every one of those who had come before her. They had walked this earth, battled against the cold, and faced the unknown, just as she was about to do. Suddenly, she found herself standing at the edge of an enormous glacier, ice shimmering like glass under a sky bursting with stars. Each one flickered with a pulse, a heartbeat of the universe, a reminder of the infinite possibilities that awaited her. Kira stepped forward, and as she did, the ice beneath her feet cracked, releasing a chorus of whispers that sent shivers down her spine. It was a warning, or perhaps an invitation. She took a deep breath, the air cold and invigorating, and let her spirit guide her. The journey began to unfold, a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of her ancestors' dreams. Visions swirled around her, images of ancient rituals, shamans drumming in the moonlight, calling forth spirits from the other side. She saw the faces of those who had once lived, their expressions a blend of joy and sorrow, hope and despair. Each face was a reminder of sacrifices made, lessons learned, and the enduring nature of the human spirit. As Kira wandered deeper into this frozen world of memories, she came across a great spirit, a bear, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. The bear looked at her with solemnity, and Kira felt the weight of its gaze. "You seek answers," it rumbled, voice like thunder echoing through the icy caverns. "But to find them, you must face your fears." Her heart raced as shadows danced around her, each one a fragment of doubt and regret. She thought of the villagers, of their reliance on her, of the dreams she had yet to fulfill. The pressure mounted, a storm building inside her, and she took a step back, unsure if she could confront the darkness that loomed ahead. But the bear's presence was grounding, and with a deep breath, she steeled herself. "Show me," she whispered, and the cave around her seemed to expand, ice shimmering brighter, revealing secrets that had long been hidden. She was transported to a moment in time where her people had stood together against the encroaching ice, fighting for their survival against forces beyond their control. The chill in the air transformed into warmth as she witnessed their unity, their strength, and the dreams they had woven together. Kira felt tears stream down her face, hot against the cold. She understood now. The power of dreams was not in escaping reality, but in confronting it, in honoring the past while shaping the future. But just as clarity washed over her, shadows returned, darker and more oppressive. She was engulfed by fear, the fear of failure, of losing her connection to her people, of failing the sacred trust placed in her hands. The bear roared, a sound that reverberated through her soul, breaking the spell of despair. "You will not walk this path alone," it thundered, and from the depths of the ice emerged spectral figures, her ancestors, warriors, healers, and dreamers, all united in a glowing circle of light. Together they stood beside her, their strength radiating into her being, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Kira's heart swelled with courage. She felt their energy, the warmth of shared dreams, igniting a fire within her. It was time to break the barriers of ice that held her village captive. She reached out to the spirits, forming a bond that transcended time and space. "Together," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper but powerful enough to send ripples through the ethereal world around her. The ice began to crack in response, not just beneath her feet, but deeper within. A surge of light erupted, blinding and brilliant, and Kira felt herself pulled in every direction, stretching and expanding. The dreams of her ancestors poured into her, filling her with visions of hope, resilience, and an unyielding spirit that refused to be silenced. But just as the light enveloped her, a shadow flickered at the edges of her vision. A warning, a reminder of the battle still to come. The ancient ice was not ready to yield, and the forces that guarded it stirred, restless and angry. The journey was far from over. It was only beginning. Kira sensed that the true test lay ahead, a confrontation with the very essence of the ice that had held her people captive for too long. And as the energy swirled around her, a promise echoed in the depths of her heart. She would not shy away from the challenge. With her ancestors by her side, she would harness the power of dreams, forging a path forward not just for herself but for all those who had come before and those yet to come. The ice would not hold them forever. The power of dreams was awakening, and Kira was ready to embrace it, to shatter the silence and release the stories frozen beneath the surface. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the ice-strewn mountains, a chilling sound that echoed like the cries of lost souls. In the frigid air, it was difficult to distinguish between the natural sounds of the wilderness and the whispers of the past. For centuries, the land had been a graveyard of frozen dreams, where the spirits of those who perished in its unforgiving grasp lingered, their stories frozen in time. Long ago, a group of explorers set out on a quest to chart the uncharted, guided by the hopes of glory and the light of adventure. They were young men, their hearts filled with ambition, armed with little more than the warmth of camaraderie and the desire to conquer the icy expanse. But as the temperature dropped and the days grew shorter, the reality of their endeavor began to seep into their spirits like the frost creeping across the landscape. One by one, they fell victim to the merciless cold, leaving behind echoes of laughter that turned to silence. The last of them, a man named Tobias, wandered alone through the snow, the weight of despair heavy on his shoulders. He could hear the wailing of the wind, but it sounded different now, like the sorrowful cries of his fallen friends. The ice seemed to shift beneath his feet, whispering secrets only he could hear. He stopped and listened, heart pounding as memories flooded back. Their shared meals, their dreams of returning home as heroes, the ghostly stories of the land they had laughed off were now stark realities hovering in the air around him. Tobias remembered the old tales told around campfires, stories of spirits trapped in the ice, forever longing for warmth, for freedom. They had been mere folklore then, entertaining but distant. But now, as the shadows lengthened and the temperature plunged, he felt the chilling truth. The wailing spirits were real. They were not just tales to scare children. They were the phantoms of the brave souls who had ventured into the heart of the wilderness and never returned. As dusk settled over the land, the shadows stretched long and dark. Tobias stumbled upon an ancient glacier, glistening under the moonlight like a cathedral of ice. It stood silent and imposing, a sentinel of the past. He reached out, fingers trembling, brushing the cold surface. Instantly, a wave of emotion crashed over him. Faces appeared in the ice, twisted in agony, their mouths open in silent screams. They were the ghosts of the ice, forever bound to this realm, their pain embedded in the crystalline structure. Each face told a story. Some were of explorers like him, their eyes wide with fear and regret. Others were of indigenous people who had once roamed these lands, their spirits trapped by the relentless advance of ice and snow. The wailing intensified, a cacophony of despair that pulled at Tobias's very soul. It felt as if the spirits were reaching out, begging for release, desperate for someone to hear their cries. Just as Tobias began to comprehend the weight of their suffering, a fierce blizzard swept through the mountains, fierce and unyielding. Snow swirled around him, enveloping him in a white haze. It was as if the spirits had risen with the storm, their cries mingling with the wind, urging him to turn back, to flee before he too became one of them. The temperature dropped even further, and he felt the icy fingers of the spirits brushing against his skin, urging him to join their eternal lament. Yet, within his fear, there was a flicker of understanding. These spirits were not just lost souls. They were guardians of the land, the keepers of stories untold. They were a reminder of the sacrifices made for adventure and discovery. Tobias could almost hear their words, each one a whisper of warning and wisdom. The land demanded respect. It was beautiful, but treacherous. In their silent screams, he could sense their longing for recognition, for someone to remember them, to give their stories life. As the storm raged, Tobias felt the weight of history pressing down on him. He could see their faces clearer now, each etched with sorrow, anger, and pleading. He realized he had a choice, to run and escape the icy grip of despair, or to stand and honor those who had come before him. With a newfound determination, he took a deep breath and shouted into the storm, "I hear you. I will not forget." The wind howled louder, swirling around him in a frenzy, lifting the snow like a ghostly dance. The spirits seemed to respond, their cries rising in a wail of mixed despair and hope. The very air shimmered with their energy, coiling around him like a comforting blanket. Tobias closed his eyes, his heart racing, feeling the surge of emotions, fear, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of connection. They were not alone. They would never be forgotten as long as he stood witness to their plight. In an instant, the storm began to subside, the winds calming as if they were listening. The faces in the ice shimmered and brightened, a silent acknowledgement of his promise. The guilt that had weighed heavily on him began to lift, replaced by a sense of purpose. He was no longer just another lost soul wandering the frozen expanse. He was part of a larger story, one that linked him to those who had suffered before him. But just as he began to feel a sense of peace, a deep rumble echoed through the glacier, shaking the ground beneath his feet. The ice cracked and groaned, and the temperature dropped even lower, more menacing than before. The spirits were restless, their wails turning to cries of urgency. Tobias realized that the ground was shifting, the ancient ice beginning to break apart. He was in danger, surrounded by the restless spirits desperate to be freed. He turned to run, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through him. The ice beneath him splintered, revealing dark chasms that seemed to reach down into the very depths of the earth. The wailing intensified, filling his ears as he sprinted toward the only path he could see. With each step, he felt the icy breath of the past chasing him, the spirits urging him to remember, to carry their stories, even as they fought for their own freedom. Tobias ran, the darkness closing in around him as the wailing spirits of the ice moved with him, their stories intertwined with his own. The tension rose, and the air crackled with energy, as if the very fabric of time was unraveling. The ghosts were not done with him yet, their longing for release pulsing through the very ground he fled, binding his fate to theirs in a dance of survival. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning. The wind howled like a pack of wolves, slicing through the frigid air and wrapping around the jagged cliffs that rose like ancient sentinels above the icy waters. In that harsh landscape of the Arctic, where the sun barely kissed the horizon, the powers of nature were more than mere weather. They were living spirits, fearsome deities, and harbingers of fate. The stories whispered among the Inuit and other Arctic peoples told of storms that were not simply weather events, but fierce manifestations of gods and ancestors, their emotions churning in the sky above. In the trembling light of a pale dawn, a young boy named Tuk-Tuk stood at the edge of a frozen fjord, his breath leaving soft puffs in the air. He listened closely, as his grandmother had taught him, to the sounds of the world around him. The crackling ice beneath his feet sang a song of ages, and the wind carried whispers that danced through the snow-laden branches. Today, the spirit of the storm is restless, he thought, sensing the brewing tempest. He knew that the Elder Ones warned of storms that could snatch even the most seasoned hunter from the safety of his path. The Arctic was a realm where respect for the weather was not just wisdom, it was survival. In the distance, dark clouds roiled and twisted, casting ominous shadows upon the pristine ice. Tuk-Tuk's heart raced. His grandmother had told him tales of the storm spirits, beings that roamed the skies, their moods shifting like the winds. They could be gentle, caressing the landscape with soft flurries, or rage with an intensity that could turn the world upside down. The Inuit believed that these spirits, the Tornit, were the guardians of the land, but when angered, they shaped the storms that could bury whole villages in snow and ice. As the boy stood transfixed, a shrill cry pierced the air. Echoing against the cliffs, it was the call of a raven, a harbinger of change. Tuk-Tuk felt a shiver run down his spine. The raven was often seen as a messenger, a creature that could traverse between the worlds of the living and the spirits. His grandmother told tales of how the raven would sometimes merge with the storm, bringing warnings of disasters, but also of hope. Tuk-Tuk clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the stories that flowed through his veins. The winds began to whip violently, tearing through the landscape, transforming it into a swirling chaos of snow. Visibility dropped, and the boy could barely see a few feet ahead. The air crackled with energy, a raw, primal force that filled him with both fear and awe. He remembered the tale of the Ice Mother, a spirit who guarded the winter. When she grew angry, she unleashed her fury upon the earth, causing blizzards that could bury entire communities. Tuk-Tuk's heart raced as he thought of her, a figure cloaked in white, her hair flowing like the snowflakes that now danced around him. Suddenly, a fierce gust knocked Tuk-Tuk off balance, and he stumbled back, falling into the deep powder. The air churned around him, and for a moment he felt as if he were trapped in the very spirit of the storm itself. He could hear the voices of the spirits, their cries rising with the wind. A symphony of ancient tongues blending and crashing like the waves against the shore. The fear coursed through him, but so did a strange exhilaration, the understanding that he was connected to something greater than himself, a part of an eternal cycle. As he lay in the snow, he recalled the stories of the great hunters who faced the storms with courage. They believed that to navigate the wild, they must appease the spirits. Offerings of food, rituals of gratitude, and respectful silence during storms were all part of their way of life. Tuk-Tuk imagined his ancestors standing against the fury of the winds, their hearts steady, knowing that the spirits watched over them. They would whisper to the snow, thanking the storm for its blessings, even as they feared its wrath. Just then, the storm shifted, the winds calming almost as quickly as they had risen. Tuk-Tuk pulled himself up, brushing snow from his clothes. In that stillness, he felt a sense of wonder. He looked to the heavens where the clouds were beginning to part, revealing splashes of sunlight breaking through in radiant beams. It was as if the spirits were listening, granting a moment of reprieve. The Arctic was alive, a tapestry woven with the threads of myth and reality, and he was part of it. As he turned to head back to his village, the skies above began to lighten. Tuk could feel the pull of the spirit world in his bones, whispering promises of adventure and danger. A storm was a tumultuous dance, and he was learning the steps, a fragile balance of respect and fear. The legends of his people spoke of the duality of storms, how they could be both destroyers and creators. In their fury, they reshaped the land, carving out new paths, but in their calm, they brought life, a cycle of destruction and rebirth. But as he walked, the clouds churned again, darkening as if the storm spirits were not yet finished. Tuk's heart quickened once more, the thrill of uncertainty filling the air. The warning of his grandmother echoed in his mind. Always listen to the wind, Tuk, for it carries the voices of our ancestors. Storms can change in the blink of an eye. The boy halted, glancing back at the tumultuous horizon. It was a reminder that the dance between humanity and the weather was far from over. The land was alive, and in its breath it held stories yet to unfold, waiting to be transformed into tales of courage, of respect, and of the spirits that ruled the skies. As the wind howled once more, Tuk felt a shiver of excitement. The storms were coming, and with them the spirits were stirring, eager to weave their ancient tales anew. Beneath the frozen surface of the Arctic waters, a world pulsated with life, hidden from human eyes, a realm of shadows and whispers where the cold pressed heavily like a secret. Waves lapped gently at the ice, cracking and sighing as if sharing stories of ancient beings that glided through the depths, beings that had long captivated the hearts and fears of those who dared to listen. In centuries past, fishermen and villagers peered into the icy blue, their hearts racing with a mix of dread and yearning. They spoke of mermen, creatures half human and half fish, whose haunting songs could be heard carried on the biting winds. These legends spun from the mouths of old sailors, their eyes clouded and wild, as they recalled the tales told by their own fathers and grandfathers. Each recounting was laced with warnings. "Beware the call of the merman," they would say, "for it lures the unwary to a watery grave." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the ice, a group of children gathered on the shore, their breath visible in the frigid air. They listened eagerly as an elder spoke of a time when the ice wasn't just a barrier, but a thin veil separating their world from the enigmatic beings beneath. "Long ago," he began, his voice tremulous yet strong, "a brave fisherman named Orvik ventured far into the sea. He was drawn by a melody, a beautiful harmony that promised treasures beyond imagination. But he found not the riches he sought. Instead, he met the merman, whose eyes were the color of stormy skies, and whose voice could soothe even the fiercest winds." The children gasped, eyes wide with wonder, as the elder painted a vivid picture of Orvik's fate. The merman spoke of a love that could bridge the divide between their worlds, but it came with a price, one that Orvik, enamored and desperate, could not foresee. A hush fell over the group, for even the wind seemed to still, waiting for the next words to tumble forth. Orvik had returned to the village with tales of the merman's shimmering scales and the haunting beauty of his song, which echoed in his mind long after he had left the icy waters. But he was never the same, the elder said, his tone grave. His laughter faded, and the joy of the earth felt distant, as though he belonged to the depths now, not the shores. As night blanketed the landscape, shadows danced against the flickering firelight, and the children felt the chill creep into their bones. The elder's voice grew softer, the story unfolding like the surface of the ice cracking under the pressure of hidden secrets. And then there were the disappearances, the sailors who ventured too far and never returned. Some said they had been taken by the mermen, claimed by the creatures who sought companionship in the lonely depths. Others whispered that the mermen were guardians, protecting their watery domain from greedy hearts. The flickering flames cast an ethereal glow on the faces of the listeners, illuminating their fascinated expressions. The elder paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. But it is not just the legends that haunt our shores. Long ago, the Inuit people spoke of similar beings. Ningyo, they called them. These merfolk would bestow blessings or curses, depending on the hearts of those who encountered them. They believed these beings were trapped between worlds, longing for connection, yet bound by the ice. As the children shivered, they felt the pull of the unknown. What lay beneath that frozen surface? What secrets did the mermen hold? The elders' stories ignited imaginations, painting visions of underwater palaces lit by shimmering light, where the mermen danced in the moonlit tide, weaving through corals as if they were made of starlight. But then a darker thought crept in. What had become of those who were taken? Suddenly, the ice cracked ominously, a sharp snap that echoed through the night, sending hearts racing and fear swirling like the wind. The elder's gaze turned serious. Remember, my young ones, curiosity is a double-edged sword. The mermen are as alluring as they are dangerous. They can charm you with their songs, but they may also lead you to your doom. And there, at the edge of the ice, a figure caught the light, a fleeting glimpse of something that glimmered beneath the surface. Gasps erupted as the children leaned forward, eyes wide with a mix of excitement and dread. Was it a trick of the light, or had they just seen a merman watching them from below? A shiver ran up their spines as they imagined what lay beneath the ice. A world of shadows and unfulfilled longings, of beauty and peril intertwined. The air grew thick with tension, the fire crackling softly as the elder's voice trailed off, leaving an echoing silence. Was it possible that the mermen were not just figments of imagination, but guardians of a mystical world, forever yearning for connection with those above? Or were they the sad remnants of lost souls, trapped in a realm of ice, waiting for a chance to break free? As the night deepened, the children felt the chill of dread seeping into their bones, the urge to flee and the desire to stay, to understand the mystery that loomed just beyond their reach. They huddled closer to the fire, casting wary glances toward the dark waters where something stirred beneath the surface, a reminder that the line between reality and myth was as thin as the ice that cradled their village. Each heartbeat echoed the haunting melody of the merman's song, beckoning them closer to the edge, closer to the truth that waited just beneath the frozen surface. It was a cold, moonless night when a chilling howl echoed across the stark white landscape of the Arctic. In that frozen expanse where the wind howled like a restless spirit, the tales of the Yeti danced in the minds of those who dared to listen. The air held a tangible tension, as though nature itself was waiting, holding its breath for something unimaginable. Here, legends whispered through the snowflakes, each flake carrying stories of a creature whose presence stirred both fear and awe. Throughout history, the Arctic has been more than just a realm of ice and snow. It has been a cradle for legends. Indigenous peoples, such as the Inuit and the Chukchi, spoke of a massive, hairy being that roamed the northern slopes. They called it Tukuk, a guardian of the wilderness, a symbol of strength and mystery. Stories circulated around flickering fires, where the dark shadows of the night seemed to come alive, and as the tales were told, the temperature dropped a little more. As if the very atmosphere understood the weight of the words. Travelers and explorers, drawn by the allure of the unknown, have long recounted their encounters with this elusive being. A British explorer named John Franklin, in his ill-fated expedition in the 1840s, heard tales from the Inuit about a giant creature that lurked in the midnight sun. His men, weary from hunger and despair, dismissed the stories as mere superstition, but Franklin could not shake the eerie feeling that something was watching them from the shadows. Night after night they listened to strange sounds, a rustle in the snow, a snap of a branch, each noise sending shivers down their spines. The Arctic landscape, with its endless white, was not only beautiful but also treacherous. Frostbite nipped at fingers and toes, and the biting wind carried secrets of the ancient world. It was in this hostile environment that the Yeti was said to thrive, a master of survival amidst the frozen chaos. Tales described it as a creature of immense strength, capable of traversing the harsh terrain with an ease that humans could only dream of. Animals, too, seemed to sense its presence. Reindeer would scatter, and even the fierce Arctic wolves would go silent, as if surrendering to a primal fear. As the years rolled on, more accounts poured in, hunters returning with stories of footprints too large to belong to any known animal. In 1930, an American explorer named William Darby stumbled upon enormous tracks while traversing the icy tundra. The prints were deep, as if etched by a giant, and led to a cave concealed behind an ancient glacier. Darby, driven by an insatiable curiosity, ventured inside. What he found there would haunt him for the rest of his days: a strange, foul odor, stones stacked in odd formations, and an unsettling silence that pressed against his ears. He fled, heart racing, convinced he had come face to face with the Yeti itself, a being far more real than he ever wanted to believe. The legend of the Yeti began to intertwine with the very fabric of Arctic culture. Children grew up hearing stories of the creature, warned to respect the land lest they anger the guardian of the wild. As the tales passed from generation to generation, the Yeti became both a protector and a fearsome specter lurking beyond the horizon. Elders would often caution against venturing too far from the settlement at night, recounting incidents where hunters would vanish without a trace. The atmosphere would grow thick with anticipation, the flames of the fire flickering as the tellers leaned closer, eyes wide, transforming mere words into a shared reality. Even in modern times, whispers of the Yeti have not faded. Researchers and cryptozoologists, captivated by the enigma, journey into the Arctic's unforgiving expanse, hoping to capture evidence of this legendary being. They camp in the icy wilderness, armed with cameras and recording devices, their breath visible in the frigid air. Yet, night after night, they sit in silence, listening intently, hearts pounding as shadows dance at the edges of their campfires. And sometimes, when the wind carries just the right sound, a chilling call, an echo of something primal, they find themselves questioning the very fabric of what they know to be reality. The Arctic is not kind, but it is beautiful. Underneath the auroras that paint the sky in vivid colors, there lies a tension, a palpable energy that hums with the heartbeat of the land. Those who venture into this realm often speak of a connection to something greater, something that transcends the physical world. The Yeti is not merely a creature of meat and bone. It embodies the spirit of the Arctic itself, an ancient guardian of secrets long buried under layers of ice. The stories of its existence ripple through the cold air, intertwining with the lives of those who call this place home. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of purple and gold, the darkness deepens and the tales continue to grow. The Yeti stands as a reminder of the wildness that still exists, a creature that defies explanation and challenges the understanding of man. Each howl that pierces the night is a call to remember, to respect the untamed spirit of nature that lies just beyond the veil of our civilized world. The legends endure, weaving through hearts and minds, fueling dreams and fears under the vast, star-studded sky, forever binding humanity to the mysteries of the Arctic. And as the cold wind whistles through the cracks of the icy landscape, it carries with it the promise of adventures yet to come. Tales waiting to be told, and creatures still hidden in the shadows. The ice stretched endlessly, a vast and silent expanse, shimmering under the pale light of the Arctic sun. It was a world of stark beauty, yet beneath its frozen surface lay a realm pulsating with life, a world rarely glimpsed by human eyes. The air was crisp and biting, and even the bravest explorers felt a shiver of trepidation as they ventured into this alien landscape. Whispers of the sirens echoed among the icebergs, tales of enchanting creatures that lured sailors with their haunting songs drawing them into the icy depths from which they would never return. Legends spoke of these sirens, not as mere figments of imagination, but as ancient beings, guardians of the sea, entwined with the history of the Arctic. The Inuit, with their rich oral traditions, told the stories of the Siviut, a creature that resembled a mermaid, gliding gracefully beneath the ice. They described how her haunting voice could mesmerize even the most hardened hearts, coaxing men to abandon their ships for a dance beneath the waves. Such tales were woven into the fabric of the land, passed down through generations, warning of the dangers that lay in the depths. In the icy waters, life flourished in ways that seemed almost supernatural. Creatures like the narwhal, with its long, spiraled tusk resembling a unicorn's horn, were often linked to these mythical sirens. The Inuit believed that this tusk held magical properties, capable of healing ailments and bringing good fortune. The sight of a narwhal swimming gracefully through the frigid sea was a reminder that beauty often lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. As explorers braved the unforgiving Arctic, they encountered more than just the captivating landscape. They faced the haunting specters of those who had come before them, the lost sailors whose ships had succumbed to the icy grip of the sea. The ice, unforgiving and eternal, bore witness to their stories, each crevice a testament to the dangers of ambition and the call of the unknown. The chilling winds carried their whispers, a warning to those who dared to venture too close to the edge. On a fateful voyage, a ship named the Aurora set sail, its crew eager to uncover the mysteries hidden beneath the ice. They were drawn by tales of riches and glory, the promise of discovery fueling their determination. As they navigated through the labyrinth of towering icebergs, a sense of foreboding settled over them like a heavy cloak. The sea was eerily calm, and the air crackled with an energy that felt almost alive. One sailor, a young man named Elias, felt an inexplicable pull toward the icy depths, a whisper that danced just beyond the edges of his conscious mind. Night fell like a shroud. Darkness enveloping the ship as the crew gathered around the flickering lanterns, sharing stories of the sirens. Their laughter filled the air, but Elias couldn't shake the feeling that something watched them from the shadows. The stories of the Kiviat and narwhal teased his imagination, their enchanting voices echoing in his ears. He felt the chill of the Arctic seep deeper into his bones, mingling with a strange longing that left him restless. Suddenly, a haunting melody pierced the silence, a song that seemed to rise from the very heart of the sea. It slithered through the air, wrapping around the crew like a comforting embrace. Elias stood at the edge of the ship, eyes wide with wonder, heart pounding in rhythm with the enchanting notes. The voice was ethereal, drawing him closer, tugging at his very soul. His fellow sailors, too, were entranced, their laughter fading into solemnity as they leaned over the rails, mesmerized by the song that floated through the icy night. As the haunting melody swelled, shadows danced beneath the surface of the water, dark shapes moving with a fluid grace. The sirens had awakened, their allure undeniable. Glimpses of pale skin and flowing hair shimmered in the moonlight, drawn like moths to a flame. The ice creaked ominously and the ship trembled as if it too were caught in the siren's spell. Elias's heart raced as he felt the pull intensify, an irresistible urge to leap into the frigid waters that churned below. But there was a danger in those depths. The crew, now under the thrall of the sirens, began to murmur about abandoning the ship, their voices laced with a mixture of awe and fear. Elias fought against the thrumming in his veins, the instinct to jump battling with the remnants of reason that screamed for him to stay. Glancing at his fellow sailors, he saw the wild gleam in their eyes, the way they leaned closer to the edge, entranced by the siren's call. In the back of his mind, the tales of those who had vanished beneath the ice played like a haunting refrain. The sailors of yore, who had lost their lives chasing whispers of beauty, now echoed in his thoughts. The ice was unforgiving, and the sirens were not simply creatures of beauty but also of darkness, with their songs hiding secrets that could lead to ruin. Just as the tension reached its peak, a flash of movement broke through the icy waters. A magnificent narwhal burst into the moonlight, its tusk gleaming like a sword. The sirens' song faltered, their attention momentarily diverted by the majestic creature that danced across the surface. Elias seized the moment, breaking free from the spell that threatened to consume him. He shouted to the crew, urging them to resist, to remember the tales of the lost sailors, the peril that lay in the embrace of the icy depths. The sirens, angered by the disruption, let out a haunting wail that echoed across the ice, a sound that sent chills coursing through the air. The ice groaned as if in response, and a crack formed beneath the weight of the ship. Panic erupted among the crew, the spell now broken, and they scrambled to regain control. Elias stood firm, eyes locked on the depths, aware that the sirens still lurked just out of sight, their song now an ominous promise of what lay beneath. As the ship wavered, the crew fought against the rising tide, their hearts pounding with fear and confusion. The sirens were not to be underestimated. They were the guardians of the Arctic, beings of beauty and danger, their songs echoing the ancient tales that had woven the fabric of this land. The ice whispered secrets, and the Arctic, in all its haunting beauty, held stories waiting to be told. Through the chaos, Elias could feel the weight of history pressing upon them, a reminder that the allure of the unknown was always accompanied by peril. The ship lurched once more, the siren's rage reverberating through the ice, and deep down, the ancient call of the Arctic echoed, a reminder that some mysteries were not meant to be uncovered. As waves crashed against the hull, the darkness of the depths beckoned, and the crew felt the pull of the sirens once more, caught in the web of enchantment that had persisted through the ages. The moon hung low over the restless sea, casting an eerie glow that danced on the waves. A chilling wind whispered tales of the unknown as the small fishing vessel rocked gently, caught between the familiar and the unfathomable. The crew huddled close, their breath visible in the cold night air, sharing stories that sent shivers down their spines. Among them, an old sailor named Finn leaned in, eyes wide and glimmering with the weight of years spent at sea. The flickering lantern light reflected off his weathered face, and with a voice like gravel, he began to recount the most harrowing tale of all, the legend of the Kraken. Long ago, in a time when the ocean seemed to stretch beyond the horizon into an abyss of mystery, fishermen spoke of a beast lurking beneath the icy depths. They called it the Kraken, a creature so enormous that its tentacles could wrap around entire ships, dragging them to a watery grave. Finn had never seen the beast, but he had heard its call in the silence of the night, a haunting melody that echoed through the misty air, pulling at something deep within the hearts of sailors. With every word, Finn wove a tapestry of fear and wonder. He spoke of a night when a thick fog rolled in, hiding the stars and muffling the sounds of the waves. The crew aboard the Ardent Mercy had been oblivious to the danger lurking just beneath the surface. As they cast their nets, the water suddenly erupted, churning and frothing as if the sea were alive. Finn's voice dropped to a whisper, and the crew leaned closer, captivated by his tale. "They felt it before they saw it," he said, his eyes darkening with the memory. A shudder in the wood, a creeping dread that crawled up their spines. The Kraken had risen from the depths, a monstrous silhouette against the pale moonlight. Its skin glistened like polished ebony, and the enormous, bulbous eyes gleamed with an intelligence that sent the crew's hearts racing. Finn spoke of the panic that ensued, men scrambling for oars, their faces pale with terror. "They thought it was just a story," he murmured, his voice thick with the weight of the past. "But when it breached the surface, they knew they were wrong." Tentacles as thick as tree trunks lashed out, crashing against the ship with the force of a tidal wave. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of splintering wood and screams that mingled with the howling wind. "The sea turned red that night," Finn continued, his gaze distant, as if he could still hear the echoes of their cries. "And the stars wept for those lost to the deep." As the men fought against the beast, trying to salvage their lives, the kraken showed no mercy. It was said that the ancient sailors had long feared its wrath, a creature born from the very heart of the ocean's fury. Finn paused, the weight of silence hanging heavily in the air, and the crew exchanged uneasy glances, drawn deeper into the tale. The old sailor took a breath, his voice dropping even lower. "But, my friends, there are whispers of something more, something that lies beyond the kraken itself." With each passing moment, the tension grew thicker. Finn's tale took a darker turn as he revealed the legends of the beast's icy lair. A palace of crystal and darkness hidden beneath layers of frozen water. Some say it is a world where the kraken reigns, ruling over a kingdom of shadows and ice, he said, his voice almost reverent. A place where time stands still, and the lost souls of those it has claimed wander forever, trapped in the grip of the beast. The crew shivered, not just from the cold, but from the fear that gnawed at their hearts. They could almost feel the weight of the ocean pressing down on them, the chill creeping into their bones. Finn leaned closer, drawing them in as if he were sharing a forbidden secret. "They say if you listen closely, you can hear the voices of the lost calling out, begging to be freed. But beware, if you follow those whispers, the kraken will find you too." Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the stillness. A splash echoed in the darkness, and all eyes turned towards the side of the ship. The moonlight illuminated a dark shape just beneath the surface, a fleeting shadow that vanished as quickly as it appeared. The crew held their breath, hearts pounding like drums in the night. Finn's expression shifted from one of storytelling passion to sheer terror. "It lurks," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Always lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike." They waited in taut silence, the air thick with dread. When the ship began to tilt slightly, as if something massive was pushing against it from beneath, panic gripped the crew and they scrambled to regain their balance, eyes wide with fear. Finn clutched the edge of the boat, his knuckles white. "Stay calm!" he shouted, but his voice trembled. As if summoned by their fear, the water erupted once more and a massive tentacle shot up, crashing down on the deck with a smashing blow. Wood splintered and men cried out, tumbling into the icy abyss. Finn could see it now, the grotesque face of the kraken breaking the surface, its eyes locking onto him, filled with an ancient hunger. The other men fought against the terror, trying to pull their comrades from the water, but the creature was relentless. With a roar that echoed through the night, the kraken unleashed its fury. The ship rattled violently, and Finn felt the icy grip of despair closing around him. He had heard the tales all his life, but nothing could prepare him for the reality of the beast's wrath. The night seemed to stretch on forever, a whirlpool of chaos and fear, as the kraken's wrath enveloped them. But just as hope seemed lost, a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. The glow of dawn began to break, casting a thin ray of gold across the turbulent waters. The kraken, sensing the light, howled in rage, its tentacles thrashing wildly. But with the dawn came the spark of survival. Finn grabbed hold of a piece of wreckage, his heart pounding with the will to live. They could hear the faint cries of the other crew members echoing in the distance as the sun broke through, illuminating the ocean and revealing the path to freedom. Yet in the depths, the kraken watched, its gaze burning with a promise of vengeance, waiting for the day it would reclaim what belonged to it. The crew, though battered and broken, swam for their lives, oblivious to the lurking shadow beneath them, now filled with a thirst for revenge that would transcend the years. The legend of the kraken would not end here. Its story would linger like the mist rising from the ocean, a dark reminder of those who dared to challenge the sea and the monster that ruled its depths. The biting winds howled through the desolate expanse of the Arctic, carrying with them a chill that seeped into the bones of anyone foolish enough to venture too far. In this stark, white landscape where the sun barely rose above the horizon, a tale of transformation whispered among the ice and snow, beckoning to those who dared listen. It was a story not of hope, but of despair, where humanity's grasp on its very essence slipped away like grains of sand through clenched fists. Long ago, there lived a village named Nuuk, a place where humans and the endless ice coexisted in a fragile balance. The villagers were resilient, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. They relied on the polar bears for survival, not only for sustenance but also for their strength and grace. These majestic creatures roamed the icy terrain, their thick white fur blending seamlessly with the snow, embodying the very spirit of the Arctic. Yet beneath this harmony lay a restless tension. The villagers whispered in hushed tones about the legends of the beasts, tales passed down from generation to generation, warning of a curse that awaited those who disrespected the land. One bitterly cold evening, a storm began to brew. Dark clouds swirling ominously overhead, a portent of the chaos to come. It was on this night that a group of villagers driven by desperation and greed set out to capture a polar bear. They wanted to prove their strength, to show the world that they could dominate the wild. But they were blind to the ancient warning. The land held its own power, and it did not take kindly to those who sought to exploit it. As they lay in wait, hearts pounding with excitement, they became oblivious to the piercing cold that enveloped them. The air crackled with tension, and an eerie stillness blanketed the land. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a massive polar bear emerged, its eyes glistening with an intelligence that sent chills down their spines. It paused, surveying the men, and for a fleeting moment they felt a connection, an understanding that transcended words. But greed clouded their judgment, and they lunged forward, ropes and nets in hand. That was when the first transformation took place. The ground shook violently, and a light as bright as the sun erupted from the bear, enveloping the men. Their screams echoed through the icy night, but they were not screams of pain. They were screams of horror as the very essence of their humanity began to morph. Fur sprouted from their skin as their hands turned into massive paws, their faces elongating into snouts. In a matter of moments, they were no longer men but beasts, forever bound to the Arctic, cursed to roam the land they had sought to conquer. The villagers who had turned into polar bears fled into the night, howling with a sorrow that resonated through the frigid landscape. Their hearts, once filled with dreams of power and glory, now echoed with the weight of regret and loss. They were trapped in their new bodies, forced to witness the destruction of their former lives from a distance. They could no longer walk the paths they had known, no longer hear the laughter of their children or taste the warmth of their hearths. Instead, they became shadows of their past, lost in a world that had turned its back on them. The remaining villagers soon learned of the terrible fate that had befallen their friends. Fear gripped their hearts as they recounted the stories of the cursed bears. They gathered around flickering fires, the flames casting long shadows that danced on the walls of their homes. Whispers of the curse filled the air, each tale more chilling than the last. They feared the beasts now prowled their land, hungry for revenge, and the nights grew long with dread. One night, an elder named Mara, the village's keeper of stories, decided to confront this terrifying reality. She had seen the transformations and felt the weight of their loss deeply. Mara ventured into the icy wilderness, hoping to find the spirits of the transformed men. As she walked through the blizzard, the snow crunched beneath her feet, each step echoing in the stillness. She called out to them, her voice trembling as she pleaded for their return. The wind howled in response, angry and unforgiving. Finally, she came across a gathering of the transformed bears, their eyes reflecting sorrow and longing. She recognized the gentle spirit of her son, once full of laughter and life, now trapped in a body of fur and muscle. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she reached out, her heart breaking. "Please, come back to us," she begged, her voice barely rising above the storm. But the bears only howled in response, a mournful song that reverberated through the Arctic night. The connection between them was palpable, yet the divide was insurmountable. Mara felt the weight of the curse heavy upon her, realizing that the bond of humanity had been shattered by greed and ambition. They were forever split between two worlds, and the sorrow of loss hung heavily in the air. As the villagers grew desperate, they sought ways to reverse the curse, turning to ancient rituals and forgotten incantations. But the Arctic remained indifferent, the ice unyielding to their pleas. The nights stretched on, filled with the anguish of the transformed bears and the heartbroken villagers, their lives now woven together by tragedy. Every dawn brought a new struggle, as the villagers learned to cope with their haunted existence. They could hear the distant howls of their lost loved ones echoing through the icy canyons, a constant reminder of the price they had paid for their hubris. With each passing day, the boundaries of their humanity blurred, and the line between man and beast became a fading memory. And so, the tale of the transformation unfolded, a story of sorrow, regret, and a fierce longing for what once was. The Arctic, a realm of beauty and cruelty, held within it the echoes of human ambition, a haunting reminder of the cost of disregarding nature's balance. As winter deepened and the nights grew longer, the truth lingered in the air like frost on the wind. One could never conquer the wild. One could only hope to coexist. The wind howled fiercely, a haunting melody that whispered through the ancient tundra, carrying with it the stories of creatures both revered and feared. In the icy expanse of the Arctic, animals were not mere beasts. They were the very essence of life itself, woven intricately into the fabric of mythology. To the indigenous peoples of this harsh land, the polar bear wasn't just a predator. It was a powerful spirit, a bridge between the earthly realm and the great unknown. Every winter night, under the pale glow of the northern lights, the stories would unfold around flickering fires. Elders spoke in hushed tones, their voices barely rising above the crackling flames, sharing tales that sent shivers down the spines of the young ones huddled close. They spoke of the raven, a figure both cunning and wise, who danced upon the edge of life and death. It was said that the raven stole the sun, bringing light to a world cloaked in darkness. With each flap of its wings it whispered secrets of creation, reminding those who listened that life was a delicate balance. The warmth of the fire contrasted sharply with the biting cold outside. Each flicker cast shadows that seemed to come alive, embodying the very spirits of the animals that roamed the frigid terrain. The seal, a creature of grace and agility, was not just a source of sustenance, but a symbol of resilience. Tales of the seal echoed through the ages, recounting how it taught the first hunters the art of survival. When the seal's spirit was honored, it was said that the sea would yield its treasures, an endless bounty for those who respected its depth. As the stories wove through the night, the Arctic fox emerged, small yet fierce, a trickster of sorts. In myth, it often outsmarted larger predators, reminding listeners of the power of cunning over brute strength. The fox's ability to thrive in a world of ice and snow became a metaphor for adaptability, a lesson for all who faced challenges in their lives. Children would giggle, eyes wide as they pictured the fluffy-tailed fox darting through the snow, leaving behind a trail of laughter and wisdom. Then there was the majestic caribou, a creature that towered above the rest, embodying strength and endurance. It was said that the caribou carried the spirits of the ancestors in its antlers, guiding lost souls through the harsh winters. The sight of a migrating herd was a reminder of connection, of family, of community, of the unbreakable bond between the living and those who had come before. When a hunter was fortunate enough to catch a caribou, it was not an act of violence, but a sacred exchange, a moment of gratitude for the life offered in return for sustenance. The whispers of the walrus echoed through the icy air, its deep voice resonating with the wisdom of ages. It was a guardian of the sea, its tusks symbols of strength and resilience. In stories, the walrus was a protector, guarding its kin while teaching the importance of unity. When the tides turned and storms raged, the walrus would gather its family, demonstrating that together they could weather any storm. The young ones listened, rapt in attention, learning that community was their greatest asset. As these creatures took center stage in the fireside tales, they transformed into symbols of hope and fear, of life and death. Each story carried a lesson, but there was also a lingering sense of danger. The Arctic was unforgiving, and the animals that thrived there were often embroiled in a struggle for existence. The stories served as warnings, tales of the mighty bear whose hunger left no mercy, reminding everyone that nature's balance was fragile. No one dared forget that the deep blue sea, while giving life, could just as easily take it away. The night would wear on, and as the fire crackled lower, a hush would fall. It was during these moments of silence that the true magic happened. Elders would close their eyes, channeling the spirits of the animals. The room seemed to pulse with energy, as if the very essence of the Arctic creatures filled the air. The children felt it too. A shiver ran down their spines, a mix of reverence and fear. They could almost hear the distant howl of the wolf echoing through the mountains, a reminder of the wildness that lay just beyond their fireside warmth. The wolf, a creature steeped in duality, was both a companion and a harbinger. In some tales, it was a guide through the icy wilderness. In others, a fierce predator that demanded respect. The wolf's pack mentality mirrored the close-knit communities of the Arctic people, where every member played a crucial role. As the elders spun tales of loyalty and betrayal, the children would lean in, eyes gleaming with anticipation, hanging on every word. They learned that in the Arctic, survival was not just about the individual, it was about the collective, a bond forged in the biting cold. As the last embers of the fire flickered, the stories lingered in the air, wrapping around the listeners like a comforting blanket. The animals, with all their strength and vulnerability, danced at the cusp of reality and myth, each tale a thread in the great tapestry of existence. Just as the polar night gives way to the dawn, the stories hinted at deeper mysteries yet to unfold, teasing the edges of consciousness. The listeners, hearts pounding with excitement, were left yearning for more, craving the next chapter of life that awaited them, where the line between human and animal, myth and reality, blurred into an enchanting abyss. The sky crackled with a brilliant dance of green and purple, casting an ethereal glow across the cold, dark earth. In the quiet of a long Arctic night, the northern lights swirled like celestial spirits, igniting the imaginations of those who gazed upon them. For countless generations, these shimmering curtains of color have been more than mere natural phenomena. They have been woven into the very fabric of human storytelling. The whispers of ancestors echo through the ages, recounting tales of the aurora borealis that send shivers down the spine and ignite the heart. In ancient times, the Sami people of northern Scandinavia believed that the lights were the spirits of their ancestors, dancing joyfully across the sky. To them, each flicker and swirl was a reminder of those who had passed, a connection to a world beyond the grave. Children would huddle close to their fires, listening wide-eyed to the stories of brave hunters who had returned in spirit form, guiding their loved ones even in death. They spoke of these vibrant lights as a powerful omen, a celestial sign that brought both hope and warning. When the aurora shone brightly, it heralded the arrival of good fortune, but if it flickered dimly, it was a signal to be cautious, to tread carefully in the world. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples of North America, such as the Cree and the Inuit, crafted their own myths and legends. They saw the northern lights as the spirits of animals, leaping and frolicking in the sky. The Inuit believed that the colors were the souls of their ancestors playing a game of ball with a walrus skull. In this way, the lights became a symbol of joy and companionship, a reminder that those who had come before were never truly gone, but danced among the stars, watching over their descendants. In stark contrast, some tribes viewed the aurora with a sense of foreboding. The Cree, for example, told tales of the lights as fierce warriors prepared for battle. When the sky erupted in waves of red and green, it signaled a time of strife, a cosmic reminder that conflict was brewing, both on Earth and beyond. Fear gripped their hearts, for they believed that when the warriors of the sky clashed, they must also be ready to face their own trials. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Norse gods watched over the land, their stories entwined with the glowing sky. The Vikings, with their bold spirits and fierce hearts, believed that the aurora borealis was the shimmering bridge to Valhalla, where the bravest warriors feasted after death. To witness the lights was to glimpse the realm of the gods, a fleeting moment of divine connection. A Viking ship, sailing through the frigid waters, would pause in awe as the colors danced overhead, filling men's hearts with courage and wonder as they prepared for whatever battles lay ahead. In another corner of the world, the indigenous peoples of Siberia called upon the spirits of nature itself. They believed that the northern lights were the breath of the earth, a celestial reminder of the balance between life and death. The shaman would gather the community, sharing the stories of the lights, drumming softly as the colors flickered in the sky. In those moments, time seemed to stand still, the past intertwined with the present, anchoring the world to an ancient rhythm that pulsed with life and energy. Throughout history, tales of the aurora have traveled far and wide, adapting and evolving with each telling. The lights became a source of inspiration not just for the storytellers, but for artists and poets who sought to capture their beauty. They penned verses that sang of the light's ethereal glow, creating imagery so vivid that one could almost feel the chill of the northern air and hear the whispers of the ancients surrounding them. Every culture, every myth, was a reflection of humanity's longing to understand the unknown. The lights were not merely a spectacle to behold, they were a canvas upon which dreams and fears were painted. They ignited a longing that transcended borders, binding those who gazed upon them in a shared sense of wonder and fear. As the nights grew colder and the skies darkened, the stories of the northern lights continued to swirl like the colors themselves, vivid, complex, and full of life. A mother would clutch her child's hand tightly, pointing to the sky as she recounted tales of a brave fox that danced among the stars, its fur glowing with the same colors that now lit their night. With each whisper of the wind, she instilled a sense of magic, her voice wrapping around them like a warm blanket against the chill. And just beyond, the elders gathered, their faces illuminated by the shimmering glow, sharing their wisdom and their fears. They spoke of the spirits who soared in the night, cautioning against disturbing nature's balance. In their eyes shone the reflections of ancient battles, of moments of triumph and despair, all captured beneath the brilliant display of the aurora. Every flicker in the sky seemed to pulse with stories waiting to be told, as if the very air was alive with history. The emotions swirled around them, a tempest of hope, fear, and reverence, weaving a spell that drew them deeper into the night. The colors danced, each hue a reminder of the power of the past, urging them to listen closely, to honor the tales of those who had come before. In the distance, a cry broke through the stillness, a howl that echoed through the forest, a reminder that the world was alive with ancient magic. The lights brightened, flickering with urgency, as if urging the watchers to pay attention, to remember. The people felt the pull of their ancestors, the weight of their stories resting on their shoulders, inspiring them to connect, to dream, to brave the unknown. As the night deepened, the legends of the northern lights continued to entwine around them, a tapestry of emotions that stirred their hearts and awakened their souls. And just as they were about to lose themselves in the magnificence above, the whisper of the wind beckoned them to look closer, to see the stories that flickered within the colors, waiting to be uncovered and shared. With the dawn still far away, the lights danced on, illuminating the stories that would never fade, echoing into the next day, into the next generation, into the very essence of life itself. In the cold, sharp air of the north, under a sky streaked with the dim light of the aurora borealis, the silhouette of a majestic caribou emerged against the backdrop of twilight. It stood proud and strong, its antlers like the branches of a grand tree, reaching toward the stars. The ancient stories whispered among the elders spoke of the caribou not merely as an animal, but as a bridge between the earthly realm and the spirit world. As the night deepened, it was said that those who listened closely could hear the whispers of ancestors carried in the wind, tales woven into the very fabric of the land. The caribou had long been more than a source of sustenance. It was a sacred being, a teacher of resilience and endurance. Each herd that roamed the tundra carried with it the history of generations, a legacy etched into the snow and ice. One such story unfolded one bitterly cold winter night. A young hunter named Kimo stood at the edge of a frozen lake, his breath visible in the air like small puffs of smoke. He had heard the tales of the spirit caribou, a creature said to possess the wisdom of ages, appearing only in times of great need. It was this legend that drove him to the ice, a deep longing in his heart to connect with the spirit that had guided his people for centuries. As Kimo waited, the icy wind whipped around him, a haunting song that echoed through the stillness. In that moment, memories washed over him, his father's laughter, the warmth of his mother's embrace, and the stories told around flickering fires. He could almost hear their voices, urging him to remain strong. The weight of expectation pressed down on his shoulders. He was to bring food back to his family, but more than that, he sought a connection to the spirit of the caribou, a bond that could bring hope to his people. Suddenly, the silence shattered. Out of the darkness, a magnificent figure appeared, gliding across the snow, a caribou unlike any Kimo had ever seen. Its fur shimmered like freshly fallen snow, and its eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light. A shiver ran down Kimo's spine, not from the cold, but from a sense of awe that wrapped around him like a warm cloak. This was the spirit of the caribou, an embodiment of everything his ancestors had revered. As the spirit approached, Kimo felt his heart race, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through him. He knelt down, his hands pressed against the cold earth, feeling the heartbeat of the land resonate beneath him. The caribou paused, its gaze piercing into Kimo's very soul, as if it could see the dreams and fears swirling within him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still and the weight of the world fell away. Images flooded Kimo's mind, visions of his people struggling against the harsh winter. Children's laughter turned to silence, the smoke from their fires growing thin. He understood then that he was being called to something greater than himself. The spirit of the caribou was not just a guardian, it was a guide, urging him to lead his people with courage and wisdom. But as quickly as the spirit appeared, it began to fade, turning back towards the darkened forest. Kimo's heart sank. Could he let this chance slip away? Against the biting cold, he called out to the spirit, his voice trembling, "Please, teach me. Show me how to save my people." The caribou paused, its majestic form outlined against the shimmering auroras. It turned its head, and for a fleeting moment, Kimo felt a surge of warmth wash over him, as if he had been embraced by the spirit itself. It was a sign, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his heart. Then, as if in response to his plea, the spirit began to move again, leading Kimo through the snow. He followed closely, the crunch of his footsteps echoing in the stillness. With each step, he felt an invisible thread weaving between him and the spirit, pulling him deeper into the wilderness. They moved together through the ancient forests, past frozen rivers where the moonlight danced on the ice. In the distance, Kimo could hear the faint sound of his people, their voices rising in song. The spirit stopped suddenly, and Kimo felt a jolt of realization. This was not just a journey for himself, it was a mission to restore hope to his community. He understood now that the caribou was leading him to a sacred gathering place, a hidden glade known only to the ancients, where a spirit ceremony would take place. As they arrived, Kimo felt the energy shift around him. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable force that sent shivers down his spine. It was here that the caribou would call upon the spirits of the past to intercede on behalf of the living. Kimo watched as the spirit gracefully circled the clearing, its antlers catching the light of the stars above, creating a dance that seemed to awaken the very ground beneath him. The gathering of caribou began to assemble, each one a manifestation of the stories and spirits of Kimo's ancestors. They moved with grace and elegance, their presence a reminder of the strength and resilience that coursed through his people. Kimo felt tears well in his eyes, a mixture of joy and yearning. This was the spirit of the caribou, and it was here to remind him that they were never alone. As the ceremony began, he felt a surge of energy flow through him. The songs of his ancestors filled the air, weaving a tapestry of hope and strength. Kimo closed his eyes, allowing the music to wash over him. He could feel the weight of his worries lifting, replaced by a sense of purpose. The spirit of the caribou was with him, guiding him to a place of unity and empowerment. In that moment, Kimo understood that the connection to the spirit world was not just about visions and dreams. It was about action and responsibility. The stories of the past were not merely relics to be preserved, but vital lessons to be embraced. As the ceremony continued, he felt the eyes of the ancestors upon him, their whispers echoing in his heart. The spirit of the caribou was not just a symbol, it was a call to rise, to lead, and to protect. With renewed determination, Kimo opened his eyes, ready to embrace his role. The spirit of the caribou had given him a glimpse of what could be, a vision of hope that would carry him forward. But as the night wore on, an unexpected sound pierced through the joyous celebration, a haunting melody, echoing from the distance, calling him to a new adventure. A new chapter woven into the fabric of his destiny. The icy breath of the Arctic Ocean whispered ancient tales, secrets cradled in the waves as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. A haunting song resonated across the water, echoing the wisdom of the whales, those majestic beings who have roamed these waters for centuries, guardians of a fragile world. Beneath the surface, the shimmering dance of life unfolded, a hidden universe where every ripple told a story. As the first glimmer of night settled in, a pod of beluga whales glided gracefully through the frigid waters, their skin glistening like pearls. These gentle giants, often called canaries of the sea for their melodic calls, were not merely creatures of instinct. They were conduits of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. The elders of the pod, those with scars from battles fought and wisdom earned, moved with a grace that belied their size, embodying the spirit of the Arctic itself. Seals, their sleek bodies darting through the water, played a game of chase, weaving in and out of the ice floes as the belugas watched, their calls echoing like laughter in the cold air. Each note held a memory, a warning, a lesson learned. The whales understood the delicate balance of life here, a balance threatened by the ever-encroaching shadows of human activity. As ice sheets cracked and melted under the warming sun, the whales sensed the impending changes, a shift that could unravel their world. In the distance, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. A ship, its steel hull cutting through the water, churned the waves with its engines. The whales paused, their songs fading into silence, replaced by a tension that hung heavy in the air. The humans aboard the ship were blissfully unaware, blinded by the allure of discovery, their hearts set on conquest rather than conservation. But the whales knew. They felt the pulse of the ocean, the disturbance that rippled through their home, and shared knowing glances that spoke of a shared history, a history that was now at risk. As the vessel approached, the whales surfaced, their eyes reflecting the moonlight, deep and wise. They were not just animals, they were living history, carrying the stories of the ocean's past in their very beings. Each whale bore witness to the shifting tides of time, from the days when the ice was thick and the polar bears roamed freely to this moment, when the ocean's belly began to swell with both life and loss. The ship's crew gathered at the railing, cameras poised, eager to capture a glimpse of these magnificent creatures. Yet, in their excitement, they missed the grave looks exchanged among the whales. The tension crackled in the air, thick as the ice that once blanketed this region. A calf, curious and innocent, breached the surface, its youthful exuberance a stark contrast to the serious demeanor of the adults. The elders beckoned the calf back with a series of low, resonant calls, a warning, an instinct to protect. Then a piercing cry echoed through the cold night, a sound that reverberated in the very bones of the sea. A mother whale, distressed and frantic, swam towards the ship, her eyes wide with fear. She had lost her calf, caught in the impossibly tangled nets that had been carelessly discarded, a tragic consequence of human negligence. Panic swelled in her chest and the others rallied around her, their haunting songs rising in volume, a chorus of grief and determination. With every heartbeat the whales strategized, their ancient instincts stirring. They knew the waters better than any human ever could. They navigated between the ice, their bodies moving as one, a symphony of strength and solidarity. As the ship loomed closer, the crew finally noticed the rising waves and the echoing cries. Realization hit, but it was too late. The whales had made their decision. In a breathtaking display of unity, the pod surged forward, creating a wall of powerful bodies against the ship. The crew shouted in confusion, the ship's engines roaring as they struggled to maneuver. But the whales pressed on, their instincts guiding them, their hearts roaring with the urgency of the moment. It was a dance of desperation, a testament to the bond between them and their ancestors who had faced similar struggles long ago. Underneath the chaos, the ocean churned and roiled, a living tapestry of emotion. The whales felt the weight of history, the countless times their ancestors had triumphed, the times they had suffered, and the unyielding bond that tied them together. They were not just fighting for their own lives, they were fighting for the legacy of the Arctic, for the generations yet to come. Suddenly, the mother whale found her calf, entangled but alive. With a fierce resolve, she pushed through the chaos, her strength igniting the hope within her pod. A surge of energy filled the water, a wave of determination that coursed through each whale, and they rallied around her, their voices rising in a powerful, haunting song that echoed across the night. The crew, now fully aware of the unfolding drama, watched with a mix of awe and horror as the whales worked together, a living embodiment of courage and wisdom. The ship's engines sputtered in the face of nature's might, the whales' fierce determination creating a force that no man-made vessel could withstand. As the ship began to lose its battle against the ocean's depth, the whales' cries transformed into a symphony of hope and anguish, a melody that would echo through the ages. The Arctic, both beautiful and brutal, held its breath. The fragile balance hung in the air, teetering on the edge of an uncertain fate as the night enveloped them in its icy embrace. And there, amid the chaos, a shared understanding flickered between the whales and the crew, a fleeting moment of clarity that transcended the barriers of language. In that heartbeat, they were connected by profound truth. The ocean was not just a resource to be exploited, but a home worthy of reverence. As the whales surged forward, a unity of purpose and spirit, the night stretched on, filled with the weight of what lay ahead, where the echoes of the past seamlessly intertwined with the promise of tomorrow. The frozen landscape stretched endlessly beneath a gray sky, a world where silence ruled and whispers of ancient legends danced on the cold wind. In this haunting solitude, the ice held its breath, hiding secrets that sent shivers down the spine. Those who dared to tread upon its surface spoke in hushed tones of the ice dragon, a creature so fearsome that even the bravest warriors hesitated at its name. Beneath the shimmering frost, something slumbered, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Long ago, before the first European settlers set foot in the frigid north, the indigenous people spun tales around flickering fires. Their voices, rich with emotion, told of serpents that twisted through the ice, ancient spirits guarding the land. The elders recounted how the ice dragon could freeze a man's heart with a single look, its eyes glimmering like shards of crystal, piercing through the thickest of winter fog. Even the bravest hunters felt a chill creep up their spines as they listened to these stories, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and awe. One particularly bitter winter, a young warrior named Kale, driven by dreams of glory and the thrill of adventure, decided to seek out this legendary beast. His breath formed clouds in the frigid air as he trudged across the frozen lake, the crunch of ice beneath his feet echoing like a heartbeat. Legends had warned of the dangers that lurked beneath, but Kale felt invincible, fueled by tales of heroism. He held tightly to his spear, its wooden shaft worn smooth from years of use, and his heart raced with the thrill of the unknown. As he walked deeper into the expanse of ice, he began to notice strange patterns etched in the frost. Spirals that twisted like serpents, winding beneath the surface. Each crackle of ice seemed to whisper his name, calling him further into the abyss. It was as if the very earth was alive, breathing with an ancient energy that sent shivers down his spine. He paused, glancing back at the mountains that loomed like silent guardians, their peaks draped in snow, but his resolve tightened. The ice dragon awaited, and he would not turn back. Days stretched into nights, and the air grew colder, biting at Kale's exposed skin. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him. Stories of warriors lost to the ice, swallowed whole by the earth's ferocious embrace, echoed in his mind. And yet, the allure of the ice dragon was irresistible. It was not just a creature, but a symbol of power, a testament to the wild beauty and terror of nature. On the fifth night, as the moon hung low in the sky, casting a ghostly light over the ice, Kale felt it. A tremor rippled through the ground, a deep rumble that seemed to sing a song of ancient sorrow. The air thickened, and the temperature dropped even further. His heart raced as he turned, senses tingling. From beneath the ice, a dark shadow stirred, a serpentine form coiling and twisting, its scales glistening with frost. Kale's breath hitched in his throat as the ice cracked and groaned, the sound echoing like a warning. The surface erupted as the ice dragon emerged, its massive wings unfurling like sails against the night sky. The air crackled with energy, and Kale's heart pounded in time with the rhythm of the dragon's beating wings. It was magnificent, a creature of frost and fire, ancient and wise. Its eyes, two brilliant sapphires, locked onto his, and Kale felt a jolt of fear mixed with wonder. In that moment, he was no longer a warrior seeking glory. He was a mere mortal standing before a god. The creature let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, a sound that reverberated through Kale's bones. It spoke in a language older than time itself, a guttural rumble that echoed with sorrow and fury. The ice beneath him trembled, cracking in jagged lines, as if the world itself was warning him to flee. Yet there he stood, rooted to the spot, mesmerized by the sheer power radiating from the ice dragon. In the midst of the chaos, Kale remembered the stories of the ancients. The ice dragon was not merely a beast to be hunted, but a guardian of the land, a spirit tied to the very essence of winter. He thought of the whispers that claimed the dragon was born from the first snow, its heart forged in the coldest depths of the earth. And now it was here, awakening from centuries of slumber, its fury aimed at a world that had forgotten the old ways. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the dragon's chest, illuminating the dark sky. Kale squinted against the brightness, feeling a warmth spreading through the cold air. The dragon's cry shifted, blending into a sorrowful melody that wrapped around him like a comforting shroud. Memories of his ancestors flooded his mind, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight as they shared tales of respect and harmony with the natural world. But this was not just a tale. It was a reckoning. Each moment stretched, a bridge between the past and the present, as Cale realized that this was more than a mythical encounter. It was a call to remember, a reminder of the fragile balance between man and nature, a chance to reconnect with the spirits that watched over the land. The dragon's eyes bore into his soul, searching for understanding, for acknowledgement of the bond that had been broken through time. As the ice trembled, Cale understood the gravity of his choice. He could either turn away, retreat into the shadows of history, or he could stand firm, acknowledging the legacy of those who came before him. The dragon's roar trembled in the air, a sound that resonated with a deep primal call to respect and revere the earth that had nurtured them all. And before him, the ice dragon, a creature of myth and legend, awaited his response, poised between the ancient stories and the unfolding reality. In that frozen moment, as time hung suspended like the stars above, Cale felt the cold seep deep into his bones, and he knew that the real battle was not against the beast before him, but against the very heart of humanity's disconnect from the world around them. In the frigid embrace of the Arctic, where the snow blankets the earth like a thick quilt and the wind whispers secrets of ancient times, the echoes of women's voices rise, strong and unwavering. Legends dance around flickering fires, casting shadows across the faces of those who listen. These stories, woven into the very fabric of Arctic culture, tell of women who were far more than mere figures in the background. They were the goddesses and guardians, the fierce protectors of life and fate in a world where survival hung by a thread. In the stories of the Inuit, the goddess Sedna reigns supreme. With her long flowing hair like kelp and eyes that mirror the deep blue of the ocean, she embodies the very essence of the sea and its creatures. It is said that Sedna was once a beautiful woman, but tragedy transformed her into a powerful deity. Betrayed and cast into the icy depths by her own father, she became the mistress of the ocean, ruling over marine life with a fierce heart. Her story is one of pain and strength, a reminder of the resilience that women have shown throughout the ages. She holds the balance of life in her hands, ensuring that hunters return with food to sustain their families. When they pray to her, they do not simply seek favors, they offer respect and gratitude, acknowledging her as the source of their survival. But Sedna is not alone. In the myths of the Chukchi people, there's another powerful figure, the goddess of the moon, who watches over the land with a gentle glow. She is the guardian of dreams and the protector of the night. Those who have wandered too far in the winter darkness seek her light, hoping to find their way back home. The moon goddess symbolizes not just guidance, but also the nurturing side of femininity. Her presence is felt in the laughter of children and the warmth of family gatherings, serving as a reminder that even in the coldest nights, there is light to be found. As the stories unfold, the tension thickens. Women were not just passive figures in the Arctic myths, they were warriors, healers, and seers. The legends frequently tell of powerful female shamans, capable of communing with spirits and bending the wills of nature. With a flick of their wrist, they could call forth the winds or summon the animals. These women held knowledge passed down through generations, secrets etched into their very bones. They were the ones who could heal the sick with herbs gathered under the midnight sun, or guide lost souls through treacherous blizzards. An old tale tells of a shamaness who stood atop a snowy ridge, her voice rising above the howling winds as she summoned the spirits to aid her village during a fierce storm. With every word she spoke, the air crackled with energy, and the howling winds quieted, bowing to her power. The villagers watched in awe, feeling the weight of their fears lift as she channeled the ancient forces of the earth. In that moment, she was not just a woman, she was a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine. But the Arctic landscape is unforgiving. As these powerful women fought against the harsh conditions, their tales were often shrouded in sorrow. The legends speak of female warriors who took up arms to defend their communities against threats, standing strong against invaders. Their fierce spirit burned brightly, igniting hope in the hearts of those they protected. One such warrior, known as the Ice Shield, is said to have single-handedly turned back a band of ruthless raiders, her spear glowing in the moonlight as she called upon the spirits of her ancestors for strength. Her bravery became a beacon, inspiring generations of women to rise against oppression, to stand firm against the fierce storms of life. Through the windswept nights, the stories of these women spread like wildfire, igniting a sense of pride and resilience among the people. The tales became woven into the very identity of the Arctic tribes, symbolizing the strength found within their communities. Every winter festival echoed with songs of female deities and heroes, each note a reminder of their sacrifices and triumphs. The laughter of children celebrating their heritage seemed to mix with the crisp air, creating a symphony that reverberated through the vast tundra. Yet, beneath the surface of these powerful narratives lies a deeper truth. Women in Arctic myths are often depicted as guardians of the land, protectors not only of their families but of the natural world itself. The Bear Mother, revered in many traditions, is said to guide the hunters to ensure a sustainable balance between taking life and giving life. It is through her watchful eye that the hunters learn to respect the land, to take only what is needed, and to honor the spirits of the animals. In doing so, these women embody an understanding of the ecosystem that allows their communities to thrive. As the stories continue, a sense of urgency builds. The myths serve as a warning and a lesson, a call to action for future generations. The women in these tales are not just figures of the past, they are living legacies, urging the Arctic peoples to remember their roots and honor the traditions that have sustained them for millennia. The winds carry their voices forward, a reminder that the fight for survival and respect for nature is ongoing. In the flickering shadows of the fires, as the stories blend into the rhythmic sounds of the Arctic night, the listeners feel the weight of history resting on their shoulders. They are heirs to the fierce spirits of women who have shaped their world, guardians of a legacy that demands respect and reverence. The tales do not end. They flow into the present, shaping identities and inspiring dreams. The essence of these powerful women lingers in the air, a palpable force that breathes life into the harsh Arctic landscape, reminding all who listen that the spirit of the goddess and the guardian lives on. The next chapter of their narrative is yet to be written, and with each passing moment, the call to honor the past grows louder, beckoning the future to rise and carry the torch of these legends forward. Beneath the shimmering auroras that dance across the Arctic sky, whispers of old legends curl like smoke from a dying fire. They tell stories of spirits that roam the icy plains, of great beasts and brave hunters, and of a world held in the fragile balance of nature. But as the land shifts and the ice melts, a new chapter in these ancient tales begins to unfold, one that carries an unsettling chill. The elders spoke of the Qalupalik, a creature of ice and shadow, said to snatch away children who ventured too close to the edge of the frozen sea. This was a legend meant to protect, to instill a sense of reverence for the icy expanse. But the laughter of children echoing through the valleys grows quieter each year as the ice retreats, revealing a landscape transformed. The Qalupalik becomes a distant memory, a cautionary tale fading into the wind. As the truth of climate change looms larger than the legends that once held sway. In the small Inuit village of Iqaluit, the stories of the past collide with the harsh realities of the present. Men and women gather around fires, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames as they recount tales passed down through generations. Each story is a thread woven into the fabric of their identity, a connection to the land that is slipping away. As the permafrost thaws and the waters rise, they feel the weight of these stories changing, twisting into something unrecognizable. The hunters who once tracked seals and polar bears now find themselves grappling with new fears, fears of disappearing ice and unpredictable weather. With each hunt, they are haunted by the echoes of their ancestors, who had mastered this land, who had thrived here. One night, a young girl named Anu listens intently as her grandfather weaves a tale of the Tornit, the mythical giants said to have once roamed the land. The Tornit are depicted as wise beings, protectors of the earth, and their legacy is etched into the very ice that surrounds them. Yet, as her grandfather speaks, Anu can see the worry in his eyes. The Tornit are not just legends. They are reminders of a time when the land was whole, when the seasons followed their rightful paths. The elders become shadows of their former selves, their stories a fragile thread binding the past to a future that looks increasingly bleak. In the wake of melting glaciers, the stories morph into warnings. The Zedna, goddess of the sea, once portrayed as a nurturing mother of all sea creatures, appears now as a figure filled with sorrow. The changing climate has angered her, turning her ocean into a restless, unpredictable force. Fishermen return from the sea, their nets empty and their hearts heavy. They speak of storms that rise without warning, of waters that swallow their boats whole. Each tale shared by a weary traveler is a reminder of the delicate balance of nature, a balance that is slipping away with every passing season. Amidst the heartache, new legends are born. Children speak of the ice ghosts, spirits said to wander the melting glaciers, mourning the loss of their home. They believe these spirits carry the memories of the ice, its cracks and creaks echoing the cries of a world in distress. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the water, the children gather, their voices blending in a haunting melody that dances with the wind. They tell their stories, weaving hope into despair, and light into the shadows that loom ever closer. The elders watch, their hearts torn between pride and sorrow. They see their legends shifting, adapting to a world that feels foreign. The stories are no longer just about caution, they are about survival, about a future that is uncertain. Each time the ice melts, it takes with it a piece of their history, a fragment of their identity, leaving behind a landscape filled with echoes of what once was. They wonder, will their stories endure? Will future generations grasp the weight of their words, or will they fade like the ice beneath the warming sun? With each sunset, the legends pulse with urgency, a race against time. The hunt for truth becomes a sacred quest as the community strives to preserve their stories before they, too, are lost to the changing tides. The air is thick with emotion, a blend of fear and resilience. The tales of the Qalupalik and the Tornit remind them of their roots, yet the reality of climate change urges them to adapt, to reimagine their narratives in light of their shifting world. In the quiet of the night, the Arctic winds carry these stories far and wide, intertwining with the breath of the earth itself. The legends become a bridge, connecting past and future, binding generations together in shared understanding. They resonate with an urgency that transcends time, a plea for preservation that rings in the hearts of all who listen. As the ice melts away, the legends grow ever more vital, their roots digging deeper into the very soul of the Arctic. And so, the tale continues, the rhythm of life and story intertwined, a never-ending cycle of loss and hope. Each legend, a flicker in the vast darkness, urging the world to awaken to the reality of change. The shadows of the past stretch long across the ice, and the stories whisper on the winds, echoing through the valleys and across the ice fields, calling for understanding, for action, for recognition of the fragile beauty that remains. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ancient ruins of a once great civilization. The air was thick with whispers of the past, and shadows danced in the fading light, hinting at stories long forgotten. Every stone, every crumbling wall seemed to breathe with history, begging for attention, leaving a chill that ran down the spine. what had happened here, what grand tales lay buried beneath the earth, waiting for someone to listen. In every corner of the world, tales of lost civilizations stirred the imagination. Atlantis, a city of unparalleled beauty, submerged beneath the waves, still captivates hearts and minds. Legends tell of its advanced technology and extraordinary wisdom. Yet no trace remains to solidify its existence. The echoes of such stories often blur the lines between myths and reality, leaving a tantalizing question hanging in the air. How many real wonders have slipped away, hidden in the mists of time? Consider the Maya, whose incredible pyramids rise proudly above the jungle canopy, yet their decline remains shrouded in mystery. Was it drought, war, or the very nature of their own success that sealed their fate? As researchers sift through the layers of soil, they unearth remnants of a vibrant society, revealing astonishing achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. Still, the answer to their disappearance remains elusive. Like a haunting melody that lingers just out of reach. Then there are the Nazca lines, those gigantic geoglyphs etched into the Peruvian desert. From above, they form shapes of animals and plants, their purpose a puzzle that has puzzled scholars for decades. Were they made for the gods? Or perhaps as a grand invitation to the skies? Standing amidst the barren landscape, the vastness envelops you, and the silence is deafening, filled with the weight of unanswered questions. In the heart of the Sahara, the lost city of Ubar, often called Iram, drifts between reality and myth like a mirage. Ancient texts speak of its riches, the city of 1,000 pillars swallowed by the sands in a single night. Expeditions have searched tirelessly, each grain of sand a testament to the past, yet Ubar remains elusive, a siren song in the desert wind, luring adventurers with promises of untold treasures and hidden wisdom. What about the Indus Valley civilization, with its sophisticated urban planning and enigmatic script that is yet to be deciphered? Beneath the soil of modern-day Pakistan and India, their cities lay dormant, a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. Yet, as scholars attempt to unravel their mysteries, the questions grow. Why did this advanced culture fade away? Did they face a cataclysm, or did they simply become one with the land, leaving no trace behind? The silence is maddening, and the search for answers drives historians to the brink of obsession. As the sun sets over these lost realms, the air fills with a palpable tension, the same tension felt by those who dare to question the boundaries of history. Each story begs for validation, a thread that connects the past to the present. The thrill of discovery pulses through the veins of archaeologists, adventurers, and dreamers alike, those who refuse to let the echoes of ancient voices fade away into obscurity. And then, just when hope seems dim, a new find emerges, like the light breaking through storm clouds. A small artifact, perhaps, a clay tablet or a shard of pottery, becomes a key that unlocks a door to a forgotten world. Hearts race at the possibilities that unfold, the prospect of rewriting history with each new revelation. For every myth, there's a hint of truth, and for every lost civilization, a chance to reignite the fire of human creativity and tenacity. Consider the tales of the mighty Olmec, sometimes called the mother culture of Mesoamerica. Their colossal stone heads stare into the abyss of time, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of their civilization. What thoughts occupied their minds as they shaped these massive sculptures? Questions of identity and purpose swirl like ghosts around the ruins, compelling all who encounter them to ponder the weight of existence itself. The Olmec left behind few written records, yet their influence rippled through the ages, leaving indelible marks on cultures that followed. As the evening deepens, a chilling realization creeps in. For every civilization that has thrived, many more have faded away, their stories lost to the relentless passage of time. The thrill of the hunt intertwines with a profound sense of loss, a bittersweet reminder that, in seeking to resurrect the past, we also confront the fragility of human achievement. The darkness settles around the ruins, and the ghosts of ancient civilizations seem to gather, closing in like a forgotten family awaiting reunion. Their stories, once vibrant and alive, now echo only in the hearts of those who dare to seek. The weight of their secrets hangs in the air, a palpable energy that promises more questions than answers, more myths than realities. Every whisper of wind carries tales of glory and despair, urging the living to listen. As night envelops the landscape, the search for these lost civilizations becomes more than just an academic pursuit. It morphs into a quest for understanding the essence of humanity itself. Beneath the layers of soil and time, the hopes, dreams, and tragedies of our ancestors are preserved, waiting for an intrepid spirit to unearth them. The thrill lies not only in the discoveries, but in the shared connection across the ages, a bridge linking past to future, myth to reality, a cycle that never truly ends. With every new dawn, the stories may shift, but the quest continues, relentless and passionate. The flicker of adventure ignites once again, urging those brave enough to wander further into the labyrinth of history, where the boundary between myth and reality is as fragile as the remnants of the civilizations that came before. What new secrets will be revealed? What truths will rise from the ashes of time? The haunting mystery of lost civilizations beckons, an eternal flame that will never be extinguished. A chill raced through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like wraiths. The villagers huddled close, their eyes wide with trepidation, for night harbored secrets. They gathered around the flickering flames of a fire, hearts pounding as they recounted the stories passed down through generations, tales of monsters lurking just beyond the flickering light, of spirits who whispered in the dark, and of gods who toyed with the fates of men. It was in this gathering that fear took form, morphing into the very fabric of their existence. In ancient civilizations, fear was a companion, a formidable force that shaped societies. The Greeks told tales of the Gorgon, Medusa, whose gaze turned heroes to stone. Men sailed treacherous seas not just to conquer lands but to appease Poseidon, lest the god unleash his fury in storms. This fear was not a hindrance but a guide, steering them through the unknown with its icy grip. The stories were imbued with lessons, each one a warning wrapped in myth, each one a reminder of the delicate balance between the known and the unknown. As dusk settled in the villages, the air thickened with tales of the afterlife, a realm where shadows morphed into phantoms, waiting to ensnare the living. The Egyptians believed in the weighing of hearts, where the deceased faced judgment. A heavy heart, they warned, would lead to a soul's eternal torment. The specter of this belief haunted their every decision, casting long shadows of anxiety over their lives. Each act of kindness or cruelty was a ripple in the fabric of their fate, echoing through the vastness of the afterlife. The fear of the unknown molded their morals, transforming actions into monumental choices, each one powerful enough to tilt the scales in the great hall of Maat. Fear wasn't merely a concept, it was a living entity that breathed through the cracks of ancient walls. In the frost-laden nights of Scandinavia, the icy breath of the Jotun, the giants of frost, haunted the dreams of the Norse people. They crafted myths of Thor, who wielded his hammer to protect them from these ancient terrors. The tales of Ragnarok, the end of days, served as both a warning and a comfort, binding the community in shared dread. In the face of such powerful forces, their fear became a catalyst for courage. Each story told around the fires forged a connection, knitting the fabric of their community tighter against the looming darkness. As the fire crackled and flickered, the villagers felt the warmth of the flames but were acutely aware of the cold that surrounded them. There was a tension in the air that spoke of ancient fears, the whispers of spirits in the wind, the shadows creeping closer with every tale spun. The stories of their ancestors morphed into a tapestry of caution, where every character had a lesson wrapped in their fate. The hero faced the monster. The maiden outsmarted the witch. Yet each tale ended with the lingering question: what lurks in the shadows that we cannot see? In the dense forests of the Celts, the fear of the unseen was palpable. They believed in the Sidhe, the fairy folk who roamed the twilight, enigmatic and capricious. To wander too close to their realm was to court disaster. The stories of lost souls lured into the woods by enchanting songs echoed in the hearts of the young and old alike. Their fear kept them from straying too far, binding them to the safety of their homes. In those woods, the line between reality and myth blurred. The trees felt alive, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, reminding them of the perils that lay hidden beyond. Across the oceans, in the land of the Aztecs, fear manifested itself in the worship of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, gods who governed life and death. The fear of sacrifice loomed large, an ever-present specter in the lives of the people. The great temples, adorned with carvings of the sacrificed, echoed with the weight of the unknown. What awaited them in the afterlife? Would they ascend to join the gods, or would they wander forever in the darkness? The rituals were a dance between reverence and dread, a need to appease the deities before the shroud of night enveloped them. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient fear of what lay beyond. Every drop of blood spilled was a step toward understanding the great mystery. The ancient Romans, too, were not untouched by fear. They built monumental temples to honor their pantheon, hoping to curry favor with deities like Jupiter and Mars. In their minds, the gods held the reins of fate, and the fear of their wrath dictated the rhythm of everyday life. Every thunderclap was a reminder of Jupiter's displeasure. Every battle lost an indication of Mars's absence. The myths served a purpose beyond mere storytelling. They were blueprints for living, cautionary tales that kept chaos at bay. Fear, for the Romans, was not just an emotion, but a societal glue, binding them to one another in the shared understanding of what was at stake. As the fire waned and the stories wrapped around the villagers like a warm cloak, they felt the weight of their ancestors' fears settling in their bones. The legends were alive in their hearts, a reminder that they were part of something greater, something eternal. The secrets of the unknown loomed ever larger, tantalizing yet terrifying, a beckoning call into the dark. The night pulsated with energy, with life, with the unending questions that echoed through time. What lies beyond the veil? What horrors and wonders await those who dare to seek? With each tale shared in the flickering glow, the villagers knew they were but echoes of a long-standing tradition. Fear was not just a shadow. It was a light that illuminated the path of human experience, a guide through the labyrinth of existence. It connected them to their past, their present, and the vast unknown that stretched infinitely before them. Even as the fire crackled down to embers, the stories continued to swirl in the air, intertwining with the fabric of their lives, endlessly feeding the flame of curiosity and trepidation that danced just beyond their reach, drawing them ever deeper into the night's embrace. And as the last ember faded, a lingering question hung in the air, a whisper from the darkness, waiting to be answered. In the land where the frosty breath of the north meets the whispering winds of ancient tales, an ethereal glow shimmered across the icy tundra. It was a sight that sent shivers running down the spine, a celestial dance of the northern lights, painting the dark canvas of the sky with hues of green and purple. Here, amidst the vast expanse of snow, stories breathed life. They were stories of gods and spirits, of animals that spoke and monsters that roamed. In this frozen world, myths were not mere tales. They were lifelines that connected generations, binding the past to the present. As the auroras flickered overhead, a group of Inuit hunters gathered around a crackling fire. The flames leaped and danced, casting shadows that flickered like the very spirits they honored. Elders spoke in hushed tones, their faces illuminated by the firelight, sharing stories passed down through time. Tales of the Raven. A trickster who shaped the world with his cunning and cleverness echoed through the night, stirring a sense of wonder among the listeners. Across the icy expanse, the Sami people of northern Scandinavia had their own tales, a rich tapestry woven from the threads of nature and the spirits that inhabited it. They believed in the god of the north wind, a powerful being who filled the air with a haunting melody. When the wind howled through the trees, it was said to be the god's voice, reminding them of their connection to the land. A young Sami girl sitting beside her grandmother listened intently, her heart racing with the thrill of the stories. In her mind, she could see the snow-covered mountains and the spirits that danced among them, bringing a sense of magic to her world. Meanwhile, in the vast stretches of Siberia, the Chukchi people shared legends of the great white bear, revered as a guardian of the Arctic. The bear was said to be a bridge between the human world and the spirit realm, a creature of immense wisdom who guided hunters safely through the treacherous ice. The crack of ice echoed around them as hunters prepared to set out, their hearts filled with respect and fear for the mighty bear, believing that their fate lay intertwined with his. In all these regions, the threads of myth intersected, weaving a broader narrative that embraced the cold heart of the Arctic. The myths were not isolated. They transformed with every telling, reflecting the lives and aspirations of those who spoke them. The Inuit, Sami, and Chukchi were separated by great distances, yet their stories shared common themes of survival, respect for nature, and the ever-present dance of life and death. As the elders recounted their legends, the young listeners felt a powerful pull towards their ancestors, as if the very essence of the past flowed through their veins. They could almost hear the echo of ancient footsteps, feel the weight of tradition resting heavily on their hearts. The myths were a bridge to a distant time, a reminder that they were part of something bigger, a continuum of belief and experience. Underneath the icy stars, a sense of urgency began to swell. The arrival of outsiders to these sacred lands brought with it a wave of change that threatened to drown the ancient traditions. Whispers of loss and disconnection filled the air. Would the stories survive? Would the spirits fade into obscurity as modernity encroached upon their timeless domain? In a dimly lit hut, a Sami shaman prepared for a ritual, calling upon the energies of the earth and sky. As the drumbeat echoed in the background, he could hear the voices of the ancestors urging him to carry on their legacy. The fire illuminated the sacred symbols on the walls, each telling a story of its own. In the flickering shadows, one could almost see the spirits dancing, waiting for their stories to be told once more. The elders of the Inuit community, too, felt the pressure of time. In a village surrounded by ice, they gathered to discuss how to keep their culture alive amid the encroaching world. The laughter of children, the singing of traditional songs, and the stories of the past were their weapons. They shared tales of the sea and its bounty, of the animals that provided for them, and of the spirits that watched over their hunting grounds. The warmth of their voices contrasted sharply with the biting cold outside, creating an invisible barrier against the advancing tide of change. The tension thickened, emotions rising like the steam from their breaths. The hunters' hearts beat as one, united in their resolve to preserve the myths that defined them. They would not go quietly into the night. They would fight to keep their stories alive, for their very survival depended on it. The stories shaped their identities, and without them, they would be nothing but shadows lost to the winter winds. And then, in the quiet moments between the stories, when the fire burned low and the wind howled outside, the whispers of the past came alive. The spirits of the Arctic seemed to breathe with them, drawing them closer to the edge of an unknown fate. Their stories were more than just tales. They were pathways to understanding, threads that linked the human experience across the icebound landscape. As the night deepened, myths swirled like the snowflakes caught in the wind. Would these narratives endure through the storms of change? Would the magic of the Arctic myths continue to resonate in the hearts of future generations? With each heartbeat, they felt the weight of their history. Each story was a spark, igniting the flames of their culture, urging them to share, to remember, and to rise against the cold grasp of forgetfulness. In the silence that enveloped them, the flickering embers whispered promises. The cultural exchange across Arctic regions was alive, an unbroken thread woven by the stories of the Inuit, the Sami, and the Chukchi. The myths resonated, teeming with life, refusing to be lost to the winds of time. They were not just stories. They were the very essence of who they were, a testament to resilience, heart, and spirit, echoing across centuries, forever waiting to be told again. Beneath the shimmering canvas of the northern lights, where snowflakes dance like whispers of ancient spirits, the Arctic breathes life into myths that have transcended time. In the icy embrace of the tundra, sagas are etched into the very fabric of the landscape, telling tales of creation, love, and eternal struggle. The artistry that emerges from these narratives is as breathtaking as the frozen vistas themselves, each brushstroke and carving a testament to the rich tapestry of human experience. In a humble village nestled within this stark beauty, an elder sits by the fire, surrounded by young listeners, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames. He weaves stories of the sky goddess, Sedna, whose fingers, once delicate and graceful, transformed into seals and whales as she fell to the ocean's depths. The children gasp as the elder describes her sorrow, her longing for the world above, and how she became the guardian of sea creatures. The flames crackle, seeming to pulse in time with their collective heartbeat, each tale igniting their imagination. Artists, too, find inspiration in these myths, their canvases alive with color and emotion. A painter carefully strokes vibrant blues and greens, capturing the essence of Sedna's spirit, her ethereal presence flowing through the waves. The brush glides over the canvas like a gentle current, each movement echoing the melody of the ocean that cradles her. The Arctic landscape becomes a living character in the artistry, with the icebergs looming like ancient sentinels, witnesses to the tales unfolding beneath the sky's endless dance of colors. In the shadows of the gallery, a sculptor chisels away at a block of bone, each tap resonating with the memories of those who have come before. Carved into the material is an image of a mighty polar bear, a figure revered by the Inuit for its strength and resilience. The bear stands tall, embodying the spirit of survival in a realm where the cold is a fierce adversary. The sculptor's hands are steady. There is a connection between the artist and the mythic being, as if the essence of the bear breathes through the stone. With each strike, the sculptor not only shapes the bone but also gives life to the legends that have endured for centuries. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of purple and gold, a storyteller stands on the edge of a frozen lake, his voice carrying across the stillness. He narrates the story of the sun and the moon, two celestial beings eternally chasing one another in the vast Arctic sky. As he speaks, the audience feels the chill of the night air blend with the warmth of the tales, an intricate balance of light and dark. The sun's warmth is felt as a gentle caress, while the moon's cool glow casts a silver light on their faces, creating a hauntingly beautiful scene. In this moment, the boundary between the storyteller and his audience blurs as they become one with the narratives. Each word is a brushstroke, painting vivid images in their minds, emotions swirling like the snowflakes falling silently around them. They are captivated, bound by the shared experience of the myths that have shaped their culture and identity. The power of Arctic myths also finds its way into the intricate designs of traditional clothing. A seamstress stitches, her needle flashing like a star against the fabric, piecing together stories of the land and sea. Each pattern, each color tells a story, a history worn on the body like an armor of memory. The motifs of animals and spirits swirl across the garments, connecting the wearer to the ancient tales that have guided generations. As the seamstress works, she hums an old tune, a melody that seems to rise from the very earth beneath her feet. It resonates with the heartbeat of the Arctic itself, each note carrying the weight of the past. She pauses, her heart swelling with pride and sorrow as she remembers her ancestors, their struggles and triumphs woven into every thread. The clothing becomes more than fabric. It is a living history, a testament to the resilience of a people who have thrived in the harshest of conditions. In the surrounding wilderness, the echoes of the past resonate through the craggy cliffs and icy caverns, whispering secrets to those willing to listen. A group of hunters, their breath visible in the frigid air, gather in a circle, their hearts beating as one. They share tales of the great hunt, of the spirits that guide them and the ancestors who watch over them. The stories are imbued with reverence, each word a prayer to the spirits of the land. Just as the hunters feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, so too do the artists feel the call of the Arctic. Their canvases and sculptures become vessels, capturing the essence of the myths that are as alive as the icy winds that sweep across the landscape. The colors of the auroras bleed into their works, a visual symphony that resonates with the emotions of every soul who has called this land home. As the moon rises high, casting a silvery glow upon the snow, the stories intertwine, of Sedna, the polar bear, the sun and moon, all woven together like a rich tapestry that knows no end. Each myth fuels the next, creating a continuous loop of inspiration and creativity, where the past shapes the present and propels the future. The gallery, filled with the art of the Arctic, becomes a sanctuary of emotions. Laughter mingles with tears as viewers stand captivated by the vibrant depictions of their heritage. Each piece echoes with the voices of their ancestors, a reminder that the spirit of the Arctic lives on in every stroke, every carving, every stitch. In this sacred space, the stories of the Arctic weave their magic, pulling the audience deeper into a world where imagination meets reality, and where the myths that define a culture continue to thrive. Each heart beats to the rhythm of the land, each soul connected through the artistic representation of their shared history, binding them in a luminous embrace that transcends time and space. The stories echo on, rich with emotion, as the night deepens and the northern lights dance like forgotten dreams, inviting all to remember and to feel. In a sun-drenched clearing surrounded by ancient trees, a sacred fire crackled and popped, sending sparks dancing into the twilight sky. The air hummed with the voices of elders, their stories weaving together the very fabric of existence. Each tale, rich in symbolism and steeped in tradition, spoke of creation, of the land, and of the spirits that roamed in the shadows of the mountains. These mythologies were the lifeblood of indigenous cultures, a thread connecting them to their ancestors and the natural world. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, there loomed a dark cloud on the horizon, colonialism, an encroaching force with the power to shatter these age-old stories. As the settlers arrived, a chill swept through the vibrant landscape. Armed with a sense of superiority and a thirst for land, they disregarded the ancient wisdom of the indigenous people. The stories that once held the community together were suddenly deemed primitive and irrelevant. The rich tapestries of myth were ripped apart, their colorful threads fraying into oblivion. The settlers imposed their own narratives, tales of conquest and civilization that crushed the delicate voices of the land's original stewards. The clashing of two worlds was not a mere transition, it was a violent rupture. An elder, eyes filled with the weight of generations, spoke of the first time he encountered a settler. "He looked at me as if I were a ghost," he said. The elder's heart sank, realizing that to the settlers his stories were nothing more than echoes in the wind, useless remnants of a forgotten time. For every tale of the trickster coyote or the mighty eagle, there came an erasure, a silencing of beliefs that had withstood the test of time. In the depths of night, when the settlers' fires burned low, the indigenous people gathered in secret. They clutched the stories close to their hearts, whispering the old words like sacred incantations. The moon's silvery light bathed them in a soft glow, but their eyes sparkled with defiance. They knew that to lose these stories was to lose themselves. The myths were not just tales, they were the blueprints of existence, guiding them through the seasons, teaching them about life, death, and the delicate balance of nature. Yet, with each passing day, the settlers' influence seeped deeper into the land. Schools sprang up, teaching children to abandon their roots and embrace a foreign tongue. In these institutions, the indigenous stories were branded as folklore, destined to be forgotten. The heart of the community began to fray. Each child who turned away from the old ways was another thread lost in the tapestry. An unbearable sadness enveloped the elders as they watched their grandchildren speak in a language unfamiliar, their laughter tinged with the echoes of a past they could no longer grasp. The sacred stories, once told around fires, began to fade into whispers, muffled by the weight of oppression. A young girl, with eyes bright as stars, sat quietly in her school, longing to share the story of the land's creation. Her voice trembled as she tried to find the words in a language that felt foreign on her tongue. The teacher's disapproving glare silenced her, leaving a chasm of despair within her heart. She felt the stories slipping away like grains of sand through her fingers, and with them, the connection to her ancestors. But even in the shadows, seeds of resistance were planted. In secret gatherings, the elders taught the young ones the songs and legends that had been passed down through the ages. The stories became a lifeline, a way to reclaim their identity in a world that sought to erase them. They spoke of the Great Spirit who watched over them, and of the interconnectedness of all living things. Each word was a rebellion, a fierce declaration that they would not be forgotten. As years turned into decades, the impact of colonialism was a heavy weight pressing down on the fragile remnants of indigenous mythology. Many stories were lost forever, swallowed by the relentless tide of change. Yet, within the hearts of those who remained, a flicker of hope persisted. They understood that their narratives were not merely relics of the past, they were living entities, capable of adapting and evolving even in the face of erasure. Then came the moment of realization. The young girl, now a woman, stood before a gathering of her people. She spoke with a fire ignited by the stories of her ancestors. Each word she uttered was a bridge to the past, a reclamation of the identity that had been stripped away. The crowd listened, entranced, as she breathed new life into the ancient tales, merging them with the struggles of the present. The fire crackled in the background, mirroring her passion and determination. This was not just a revival, it was a renaissance. The echoes of the past began to intertwine with the present. The stories, once lost in the shadows, surged forth like a river breaking free from its banks. They flowed into the hearts of those who had once felt disconnected, igniting a sense of pride in their heritage. The elders, who had witnessed the destruction of their myths, now saw vibrant blossoms growing from the ashes. But the struggle was far from over. With each step forward, the shadows of colonialism loomed, reminding them of the fragility of their reclaimed identities. The woman knew that the path to healing was long and fraught with challenges. She felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders, a duty to ensure that the stories of her ancestors would never be silenced again. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting silver light on the gathered crowd, she spoke of the adventures of the trickster, the wisdom of the turtle, and the bravery of the eagle. Each tale resonated with the spirit of those who listened, binding them together in a collective remembrance. The fire crackled, and with each flame that danced upward, a piece of their history soared into the night, a testament to resilience and hope. And so, the cycle continued, a tapestry still being woven, each thread representing a story, a lost identity, and a fierce spirit unwilling to be extinguished. The impact of colonialism had left scars, but the heart of indigenous mythology refused to be silenced. It pulsed with life, ready to reclaim its place in the world, ready to be reborn anew, as whispers of the past merged seamlessly with the vibrant energy of the present. In this dance of time and memory, a new narrative was being forged, a promise that the stories would live on, forever intertwined with the land and the people who called it home. Under the pallid glow of the Arctic twilight, a lone figure stood on the ice, breath visible in the freezing air, eyes wide with wonder and fear. It was a world where reality danced tantalizingly close to the edge of myth, a place where the line between the known and the unknown blurred like the horizon beneath a blanket of snow. The wind howled, carrying with it whispers of tales told around crackling fires, stories of sea monsters lurking beneath the ice, of spirits that played tricks on wandering souls. The local Inuit people, with their rich history and deep connection to the land, infused their culture with stories that breathed life into the frozen expanse. They spoke of the magnificent narwhal, the unicorn of the sea, its long spiraled tusk a weapon in the battles against nature itself, or so the legends said. For centuries, these creatures were seen as omens and magical beings, yet science revealed them as extraordinary marine mammals with complex social structures and fascinating adaptations to their icy environment. In a dimly lit cabin, an elderly Inuit storyteller wove tales that captivated young and old alike. His voice, thick with the weight of generations, spoke of the Tornit, a mythical giant that once roamed the ice. The Tornit were said to be formidable and wise, protectors of the land. Yet their existence was cloaked in mystery. Some dismissed them as mere folklore, while others clung to the belief that remnants of these giants lingered among the shadows of the frozen tundra. Outside, researchers armed with advanced technology, looking for evidence and answers, trudged across the same grounds where the ancient giants supposedly roamed. They set up camera traps, hoping to capture the elusive Arctic fox or the majestic polar bear, but each click of the shutter only deepened the enigma. They scoured the icy waters for signs of the beluga whale, the canary of the sea, known for its melodic calls. But science had its own narrative, one grounded in facts and measurements. Yet, as they gathered data, they often felt an inexplicable connection to the myths that inspired their quest. Beneath the ice, the creatures of the Arctic thrived in a world of stark contrasts. The sublime beauty of the shimmering icebergs was a reminder of the harsh realities these creatures faced. Walruses, with their impressive tusks, fought for dominance among their ranks, while seals slipped through the water with grace. The very existence of these animals sparked heated debates between scientists and storytellers. Was the walrus a fearsome warrior or merely a gentle giant? Did the whispers of mermaids in the frigid waters hold any truth, or were they figments of imaginative minds? Each winter, the landscape transformed into a playground of myths. The shimmering auroras danced across the sky, their ethereal colors igniting imaginations. Were these lights the spirits of ancestors, guiding the lost home? Or were they a natural phenomenon explained by science? As children gazed up in awe, their hearts raced with the stories of old, tales that echoed the truth of their ancestors and intertwined with the latest findings of scientists. The debate raged on. In the cozy warmth of scientific meetings, biologists argued about the behaviors of the Arctic wolf. Was it a solitary hunter, or did it thrive within the tight-knit bonds of a pack? The old stories spoke of the cunning intelligence of the wolf, a creature revered and feared. Yet data collected by researchers painted a picture of a complex social structure, weaving together the threads of truth and myth. Tension crackled in the air as a scientist passionately defended the wolf's instinctual nature, while a biologist, inspired by ancient tales, argued for a deeper understanding of its emotional intelligence. Each argument was punctuated by the fierce winds outside, nature's own voice echoing the conflict between the empirical and the imagined. In the icy waters, the spirit of the Arctic was alive and pulsing. A pod of orcas sliced through the waves. their sleek bodies glistening in the faint sunlight. Fishermen, guided by ancestral knowledge, watched in awe, remembering stories told to them by their grandparents about the mystical connections between man and beast. Was this connection merely a result of survival, or was it something deeper, a bond that transcended time? The sea ice creaked and groaned, a living entity that held within it the stories of countless animals and their struggles for existence. The tales of the mermaid-like sirens echoed through the ages, contrasting sharply with the scientific understanding of the fish that inhabited these waters. Myth and science danced together in a swirling waltz, each holding on to their truths, each seeking to explain the unexplainable. As the Arctic night draped its freezing cloak over the land, the fire crackled in the storyteller's cabin. Shadows flickered on the walls, morphing into the very creatures of legend. He spoke of the mighty polar bear, a symbol of strength and survival, yet also a vulnerable species facing the threat of climate change. Would the future generations gaze upon these majestic beings only through the lens of history? Or would they continue to roam the ice, their stories interwoven with the pulse of the land? Outside, the researchers felt that sense of urgency, the weight of responsibility heavy on their shoulders. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the Arctic, each thump a reminder of the fragility of this ecosystem, a precious tapestry woven together by both myth and science. They moved from one site to another, driven not just by the quest for knowledge but by an emotional connection to the land that filled their souls. In those fleeting moments when the auroras painted the sky and the snow whispered secrets, the boundary between science and myth faded. Each heartbeat, each breath, echoed the stories of their ancestors and the tellings of today. The Arctic was alive, filled with creatures and legends that beckoned and challenged the understanding of those willing to listen. And as the winds howled and the storyteller's voice faded into the night, the tension thickened, leaving a lingering question in the air. What truths lay hidden beneath the ice, waiting for both science and myth to collide once again? In the flickering light of a late-night diner, a group of friends huddled around a table, animatedly sharing tales that sent shivers down their spines. The air was thick with tension as they exchanged stories of monsters lurking in shadows, ancient gods watching from above, and curses that crept into their lives when least expected. Each tale was a thread, weaving together the fabric of modern myths that shaped their realities, their fears, and their beliefs. Not far from their table, in a dim corner, a man scribbled furiously in a notebook, his eyes wide with excitement. He was a writer, fueled by the power of these stories, searching for something that connected the past with the present. What fascinated him most was how these ancient tales morphed over time, adapting to the anxieties and aspirations of each new generation. The myths, once steeped in the oral tradition of bygone eras, now danced in the light of modernity, taking on fresh faces and new meanings. Take, for instance, the figure of the vampire, a creature born from the shadows of fear and folklore. Once a reflection of societal anxieties about death and disease, modern interpretations have shifted, transforming vampires into seductive beings that embody power, immortality, and allure. Movies and books painted them in shades of gray. Beyond mere monsters, they became tragic figures grappling with their own humanity. With each adaptation, they captured the hearts and imaginations of millions, revealing how deeply rooted desires and fears evolve, yet remain strikingly similar. Meanwhile, the legend of the werewolf mirrored the inner turmoil faced by many. As the world grew faster and more chaotic, the transformation from man to beast spoke to a primal struggle within. In urban jungles, where isolation often loomed large, stories of monstrous change resonated deeply. A beloved character might shift from a mild-mannered human into a fearsome beast under the light of the full moon, reflecting how people grappled with their own darker impulses and the consequences of losing control. The terror of what lay beneath the surface became a mirror of the emotional battles fought daily. The threads of mythology also found new life through the lens of technology. Walking through the bustling streets, The writer couldn't help but notice how ancient tales were being adapted to fit the digital age. Influencers on social media became modern-day sirens, luring followers into their realms with promises of beauty, wealth, and fame. The same way sailors once succumbed to enchanting songs, today's youth found themselves entranced by the glitzy lives portrayed on their screens. Yet, with every like and share, the risk of drowning in a sea of superficiality loomed larger, an echo of the fisherman's warning from the past. As the writer's pen danced along the pages, he pondered the rise of urban legends like the tale of the haunting figure in the black hoodie roaming the streets at night. This myth, born in the age of smartphones, tapped into the collective anxiety surrounding safety and surveillance. Each story shared, each chilling sighting, fed into the growing fear that reality itself had become a stage for nightmares. It was a modern fable, reminding the listener that danger often lurks not far from home, echoing fears that have existed since humanity first gathered around fires to tell stories. The friends at the diner leaned closer, their eyes wide as they recounted the origins of the Mothman, a creature said to appear before disaster struck. This eerie being, with its massive wings and glowing eyes, became a symbol of impending doom, warning of calamities yet to come. In an age marked by climate crisis and political unrest, the Mothman took on a new relevance, reflecting the very real fears of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. The friends' voices trembled as they mused on whether they might encounter him one day, perhaps as a warning of the struggles ahead. And what of the ancient gods? They too found their way into contemporary narratives, reshaped by the hands of storytellers. Superheroes, with their extraordinary powers and moral dilemmas, mirrored these deities, battling not just villains but the weight of their own destinies. They carried the burdens of humanity on their shoulders, fighting for justice, representing the eternal struggle between good and evil. The writer noted how these characters allowed people to grapple with their own flaws and aspirations, creating a connection that bridged centuries. Each myth and interpretation created ripples, sending waves through the fabric of society. As he scribbled, the words flowed with urgency and emotion, a testament to the timeless nature of these stories. They were not merely relics of the past, but vibrant narratives that resonated with modern struggles, desires, and fears. Caught in the web of his thoughts, he could feel the pulse of history echoing through time, reminding everyone that these tales had been reshaped to reflect the present, while still holding the shadows of the past. In this endless cycle of storytelling, the lines between reality and myth blurred, leaving the diner's patrons with more questions than answers. The laughter that had filled the space turned into hushed whispers as the night wore on, each friend contemplating the nature of their own fears and dreams. The writer closed his notebook, knowing that the power of these modern myths would continue to evolve, adapting to the whims of an ever-changing world. As the dishes clattered and the door swung open, a gust of wind swept through the diner, carrying with it the weight of countless untold stories. The man with the notebook glanced up, his heart racing, as he realized that the threads of myth were woven not just in tales, but in the lives of those around him. And as the night deepened, he felt an unshakable urge to uncover what lay ahead, the next chapter in an unending saga of human experience, where every shadow held a story waiting to be told. In the frozen expanse of the Arctic, where the biting wind howls through the night like a restless spirit, ancient tales whisper through the air. An old woman, her skin weathered like the rocks beneath the ice, sits on a glowing patch of warmth, surrounded by a rapt circle of eager children. The flickering firelight dances on their wide eyes, reflecting the fire's warmth and the magic of the stories that spill from her lips. Each word she speaks is a thread that stitches together the past and the present, a lifeline connecting generations. The stories she tells are not mere entertainment. They are the very fabric of identity for her people. They speak of the great walrus, whose tusks could pierce the very heavens, and the cunning fox whose cleverness saved many from the wrath of the ice. Each tale is steeped in history, passed down from elders who once sat just like this, their voices echoing through the icy nights. The children, cloaked in furs, lean closer, their breath mingling with the smoke curling into the star-studded sky, as if the universe itself listens, hanging on every word. Every story is a lesson wrapped in wonder. The old woman recounts the saga of the Northern Lights, a vibrant curtain of colors that blanketed the sky. Legend has it that these dancing lights are the spirits of ancestors, guiding the living with their glow. As she describes the night when the lights shimmered brighter than ever before, a chill runs down the spines of her listeners. They can almost feel the presence of their forebears, watching over them, whispering through the flickering flames. In her stories, the harshness of the Arctic transforms into a world of beauty and resilience. The tales of survival are woven with threads of courage and fear. She speaks of a time when a fierce storm swept through, threatening to bury the village in snow. A brave hunter, clad in sealskin, ventured into the blizzard, guided only by the stories of his ancestors that spoke of the ways to navigate the storm. The children gasp at the thought of the hunter's peril, holding their breath until she reveals how his faith in the tales led him back to safety. A hero reborn through the lessons of the past. As the fire crackles, shadows dance on the snow, and the children lean forward, hearts pounding. As the old woman tells of a dark time when the spirits were restless, the ocean had frozen, trapping the fish beneath thick ice. Families grew hungry, and hope began to fade like the sun in winter. It was then that the eldest shaman stepped forward, his voice reverberating with power. He called upon the spirits of the deep, sharing stories of gratitude and respect. It was this act of reverence that awakened the sea, allowing it to flow once more with life. The children shiver, caught between fear and awe, as they picture the shaman standing bravely against the storm, weaving tales that altered the fate of their village. The old woman's stories don't just narrate events. They breathe life into the very essence of the Arctic. Each character, each spirit, embodies a lesson about coexistence with nature. The snowy owl, wise and fierce, represents knowledge, while the raven, a trickster, teaches the importance of adaptability. These stories remind the listeners that they are part of a larger tapestry, each thread vital for the survival of their community. With every tale, the old woman not only preserves the myths, but also instills a sense of responsibility in the children. Their wide eyes reflect not only the firelight, but the weight of their heritage. They understand that it is now their duty to carry these stories forward, to ensure that they are not lost to the relentless march of time. As the night deepens, they vow to become the storytellers of tomorrow, to share the wisdom of the past with future generations. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A chill sweeps through the circle, and the old woman's voice drops to a hushed tone. She tells of the great blizzards that are no longer mere weather, but fierce tempests that strip away the warmth of life itself. The children's faces pale as she speaks of the whispers of the ice, warning them that not all stories have happy endings. The tension rises, and they feel the weight of not just the stories, but also the responsibility of preserving the truth. As the fire begins to dim, the children clutch their furs tightly, the warmth radiating from their bodies a stark contrast to the cold that threatens to encroach upon their fragile circle. They lean into the stories, absorbing the lessons of strength, resilience, and respect for the land that has nurtured their ancestors. In that moment, they are not just listeners. They are participants in a lineage that stretches back for millennia. The old woman senses their resolve blossoming like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon. She smiles softly, knowing that even as the world changes, the stories will endure, carried in the hearts of these young ones. With a gentle sigh, she prepares to share her final tale for the night, her voice wrapping around them like a warm blanket. The air thickens with anticipation, each child holding their breath, knowing that the essence of their identity is nestled within this moment, a moment that will echo through the ages. As she begins, the fire flares up, illuminating the surrounding darkness, and for a brief instant, the Arctic feels alive with possibility. The stories, rich in history and emotion, wrap around them, binding past and present in a tapestry that refuses to unravel. And just as the final word leaves her lips, a distant howl fills the air. A reminder that the Arctic is not just a land of ice but a realm alive with spirits and stories waiting to be told, echoing in the hearts of those who dare to listen. The children sit, transfixed, knowing that their journey as storytellers has only just begun. The ice cracked beneath the weight of the world, but it wasn't just the sound of nature that echoed through the frigid air. It was the whispers of long-gone fishermen, their stories frozen in time, waiting to rise to the surface like a long-lost catch. The sun hung low, casting a rosy glow on the bleak expanse of the white, a stark contrast to the shadows lurking beneath. This was the realm of ice fishing, where legends were spun, and the frigid waters became a stage for tales as ancient as the ice itself. In the small, weather-beaten town of Fisher's Hollow, generations had gathered around the warmth of wood stoves, sharing stories that chilled the bone and warmed the heart. Old Man Jasper, with a beard white as snow and eyes as deep as the frozen lakes, was the keeper of these tales. He would sit by the fire, his voice cracking like the ice outside, as he spoke of a time when the lakes were alive with spirits. He told of the ice wraiths, ethereal figures that glided just beneath the surface, watching, waiting for those who dared to dip a line into the icy depths. "Many a brave soul," he would say, his voice dropping to a whisper, "have felt their breath on their necks, warning them to leave before the darkness consumed them." The flickering flames cast shadows on the walls, each flicker a reminder of how thin the line was between the living and the spirits of the lake. As the story unfolded, children would huddle closer, their hearts pounding in excitement and fear. They would ask their parents if they could ice fish, their thoughts swirling with images of catching massive pike and perch, but also of the wraiths that might linger beneath the ice, waiting for a moment of recklessness. In Fisher's Hollow, every hole drilled was a portal into the unknown, and every catch could hold a story of its own. One winter night, a group of eager teenagers decided to test their courage. They ventured out onto the lake after dark, the moonlight shimmering on the surface like a silver veil. Armed with little more than flashlights and bravado, they cut through the ice, laughter ringing out as they drilled their first holes. But soon the laughter faded into a nervous silence as the temperature dropped and the shadows seemed to stretch and twist in unnatural ways. "Did you hear that?" one of them whispered, his voice trembling. A low groan echoed from beneath, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. The ice, once a solid surface, now felt like a fragile membrane separating them from something ancient and unforgiving. They huddled closer together, their fishing lines forgotten as they scanned the dark water. Then a figure appeared. An old man, dressed in tattered clothing that seemed to ripple like water itself, emerged from the depths, his face ghostly pale and eyes filled with sorrow. "Leave this place," he rasped, the sound like the crack of ice in the stillness. "The lake has claimed many, and it hungers still." Fear gripped their hearts as they fumbled for their gear, stumbling back towards the shore. The legend of the ice wraiths was no mere tale. It was a warning that resonated through the ages. They fled across the ice, their breath fogging in the night air, not daring to look back, but the laughter of the wraiths echoed in their ears, a haunting melody that would follow them long after they reached safety. Back in town, the stories only grew. Fishermen swore they saw shadowy figures flit beneath their boats on still mornings when the fog hung low. They spoke of the time a local man caught a record-breaking trout, only to find a message in a bottle embedded in its gills, a warning scrawled in shaky handwriting, "Beware the depths." The taverns were filled with hushed conversations, the air thick with anticipation and dread. Old Jasper would chuckle softly. "The lake has a way of keeping its secrets, and those who listen to its whispers are often its guests." His eyes sparkled with mischief as he recounted the tale of a man who'd been drawn to the ice year after year, convinced he could capture the fabled Ice King, a creature said to guard a treasure buried beneath the lake. He would ice fish for days, only to feel the icy grip of the king's hand on his shoulder, urging him to turn back before the ice gave way. But the lure was too strong, and one fateful night his cries were swallowed by the darkness. The next morning, his sled was found abandoned, the ice around it eerily untouched. Only the faintest trace of a struggle remained, drag marks leading back into the depths. Tales like these wove through the community, bonding them, but also instilling a sense of fear. Fishermen gathered in small groups near the docks, sharing their own run-ins with the supernatural, each story building upon the last, creating a tapestry of lore that wrapped around the town like a warm blanket, until the chill crept in. As winter settled in and the ice thickened, the season of fishing took on a new life. The lakes became a battleground of wills, where men and women sought not just fish, but validation, triumph, and sometimes a brush with the otherworldly. The exhilarating thrill of casting a line became intertwined with the fear of what lurked below. One bitterly cold day, a newcomer arrived in town, a man with a rugged face and an intense gaze. He scoffed at the tales, dismissing the folklore as mere superstition. "I've fished all over," he boasted, "and I've never seen a spirit." He ventured out onto the ice, determined to prove himself. But as dusk settled, the wind howled, and the ice creaked ominously. He began to feel the weight of those stories pressing down on him. Night fell, and as he reeled in his line, he felt an unexplainable urge to look behind him. There, looming in the shadows, was the silhouette of something that should not exist. The air turned cold, biting into his skin as he stood frozen in place, caught between disbelief and primal fear. A voice, soft yet commanding, floated through the air. "This lake remembers." The ice beneath him trembled as if responding to the words, and in that moment he realized the stories were alive, woven into the very fabric of the ice. With a surge of instinct, he sprinted towards the edge, but the whispers grew louder, echoing around him, pulling him back as if the lake itself sought to claim another soul. Fisher's Hollow held its breath, waiting for dawn, for the stories to unfold and the ice to reveal its secrets once more. The frozen waters, thick with history, held more than just fish. They held the echoes of the past, intertwining the fates of those who dared to tread upon their surface. And as the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays across the white expanse, the lake shimmered with a knowing glint, ready to share yet another chapter of its chilling legacy. In the icy grasp of the Arctic, where the sun barely grazes the horizon for months on end, something stirs beneath the snow. Shadows flicker across the glistening white expanse, hinting at ancient legends and terrifying truths. Throughout history, the Arctic has been a land of mystery, drawing explorers and dreamers alike into its frozen embrace. Yet it is not just the biting cold or the stark beauty that captivates the imagination. It is the stories of monsters lurking just out of sight that send shivers down the spine. The Norse sagas speak of the Kraken, a colossal creature said to dwell off the coasts of Norway, its tentacles rising from the depths to drag sailors into the icy abyss. This monster, with its swirling mists and haunting calls, embodies the fears of those who dared to traverse the unknown waters. But it's not just the Kraken. Tales from Inuit folklore tell of the Aningen, a moon god who chases the sun across the night sky, casting souls into the dark, endless cold. These stories, passed down through generations, serve as both warnings and explanations for the unnatural phenomena encountered by those brave enough to venture north. Film and literature have eagerly embraced these Arctic monsters, transforming them from mere legends into palpable fears that leap from the pages and screen. In the 1950s, when the world was still reeling from the horrors of war, the classic film The Thing from Another World debuted. Set in a remote research station, It brought to life the terrifying concept of an alien creature frozen in the ice, awakening to wreak havoc upon an unsuspecting crew. Audiences sat on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding, as the cold, claustrophobic atmosphere blended seamlessly with the horror of the unknown. The film masterfully captured the paranoia and dread that comes with isolation, pushing viewers to question not only the nature of the beast, but also the darkness that can lurk within humanity itself. Fast forward to the 1980s, when John Carpenter's The Thing emerged, a chilling reimagining of the original. This film plunged deeper into the psychological horror that can fester in confined spaces. The Antarctic setting, a desolate wasteland, became a character in its own right, amplifying the tension with every flake of falling snow. The creature, shape-shifting and unrecognizable, was a manifestation of fear, highlighting the fragility of trust among comrades in an unforgiving environment. As the suspense unfolded, audiences found themselves not only frightened by the creature but also fascinated by its ability to mimic and deceive, mirroring the shadows that lurk within the human soul. Literature, too, has been a playground for Arctic monsters. From H.P. Lovecraft's chilling tales of ancient beings awakening from the ice to the gripping horror of Dan Simmons' The Terror, the Arctic has been a canvas painted with dread. In The Terror, Simmons weaves a haunting story of the doomed Franklin expedition, whose members find themselves not only battling the elements but also a mysterious creature that stalks them through the snow. The mix of historical detail and supernatural horror creates a tapestry of fear that wraps around readers tightly, leaving them gasping for breath amidst the chilling suspense. As technology advanced, so did the portrayal of Arctic monsters. In the early 21st century, filmmakers began to embrace CGI, allowing for more terrifying and imaginative creatures to emerge from the depths of the ice. The Arctic and Balto, while varying in tone and theme, both depict the vast, unforgiving landscape as a character that shapes the narrative. The animated film Balto introduces a wolf-dog hybrid fighting against the odds to save a town from disease, while subtly hinting at the beasts that roam the land, representing nature's wrath against mankind's hubris. In graphic novels and comics, Arctic monsters are reimagined again, with artists and writers merging folklore with modern storytelling. The chilling imagery of frost-covered beasts contrasts starkly with the warmth of human emotion, creating a vivid tension that draws readers in. Characters often grapple with their own fears and insecurities while confronting these monstrous representations, highlighting the struggle between humanity and the natural world. The Arctic's monsters have not only found a home in entertainment, but also in the hearts of those who project their deepest fears onto them. The fear of isolation, the dread of the unknown, and the ever-looming presence of nature's raw power create a potent cocktail of emotion that resonates deeply with audiences. The landscape becomes a mirror, reflecting the chaos within, inviting viewers and readers to confront their own shadows as they face these magnificent yet terrifying beings. In recent years, the climate crisis has added a new layer to the narrative of Arctic monsters. As the ice melts, revealing ancient secrets and long-buried creatures, the tales take on a contemporary urgency. The world watches in horror as the landscape changes, and with it, the monsters of Arctic lore seem to rise once more. Films and books today echo this sentiment, cautioning against the consequences of human actions while reigniting the fascination with these frozen beasts. Creatures once relegated to the realms of myth are reinterpreted as warnings of what may come if humanity continues down its current path. As darkness falls over the Arctic, the wind whispers tales of impending doom, reminding all who listen that the monsters are not just figments of imagination. The icy expanse holds secrets, waiting to be uncovered, to be awakened. The stories will not end. They will transform and take on new forms, reflecting the fears and hopes of every generation. The Arctic may seem desolate, but its monsters are ever present, lurking just beneath the surface, ready to emerge when least expected, and with each new tale told, the cycle continues, weaving together the threads of fear, wonder, and the relentless pursuit of understanding in a world teetering on the brink. The shadows grow longer, the tales even darker, as the monsters beckon, their stories intertwining with the very essence of humanity itself. The air was thick with anticipation, a low hum of excitement coursing through the gathering. As dusk settled, a flickering fire cast long shadows across the faces of those who had come to listen, to witness the tales of their ancestors. Laughter mingled with the crackling flames, and a sense of belonging wrapped around the community like a warm blanket. This wasn't just another evening. It was a revival, a rekindling of stories that had been buried under the weight of time, a celebration of indigenous mythology that had waited patiently in the hearts of the people. Elders sat cross-legged, their eyes glinting with wisdom, each wrinkle telling a tale of survival and hope. The youngest among them, a girl named Talia with wild, curly hair and an endless curiosity, leaned in closer. Her heart raced, not only from the thrill of the stories but from the deep-rooted understanding that these were not just tales. They were lifelines connecting her to a world lost yet yearning to be found again. The storyteller, a man named Jarek, began with a voice that soared and dipped like a bird in flight. He spoke of the Great Spirit, a powerful being who weaved the fabric of the universe, blending the earthly and the ethereal. As he described the creation of the mountains, the rivers, and the very first people, Talia could feel the ground beneath her vibrating with life, as if the earth itself was alive, breathing alongside them. With each word, Jarek summoned ancient spirits, transporting the crowd to a time when giants roamed the land, and the sky was filled with bold creatures of myth and magic. He told of the Great Bear, whose strength and wisdom guided the people through darkness. Talia felt a shiver run down her spine, not from fear, but from a profound connection to the stories that shaped her ancestors' lives. The myths weren't merely narratives, they were blueprints for living, teaching respect for nature, community, and the unseen ties that bind them all. As the flames danced, casting an ethereal glow, Talia's imagination ignited. She envisioned herself as a brave warrior, standing tall against adversity, her heart echoing the strength of the stories shared by those who had come before her. The tales of the Raven, a trickster who brought light to the world, filled her with mischief and joy, a reminder that laughter was as vital as any lesson. The crowd erupted in laughter at Jarek's spirited portrayal of the clever bird, echoing the heartbeat of their collective history. But not all stories were light and filled with joy. Jarek's voice shifted, growing heavier as he recounted the tale of the Great Flood, a cataclysm that tested the very essence of humanity. The air grew tense. Even the flames seemed to flicker anxiously. Talia sat frozen, her wide eyes reflecting the firelight as he spoke of how the people, guided by their faith and courage, built a great canoe to survive. The struggle against despair, the hope that glimmered like stars in the darkest of nights, resonated within her. As the night deepened, the stories began to intertwine with the present. Jarek revealed how indigenous mythology was not just a relic of the past, but a living entity, evolving and finding new life in modern times. Artists were painting murals inspired by ancient legends. Musicians were crafting melodies that echoed the voices of their ancestors, blending the old with the new in a beautiful tapestry of sound. Talia felt a surge of pride, knowing that she was part of this revival, a bridge connecting the past to the future. Whispers of new generations emerged, young people reclaiming their heritage with fervor and creativity. They were donning traditional regalia at events, speaking their languages and standing up against the tides of cultural erasure. Jarek's voice soared as he shared how these modern warriors were using technology to spread the stories, crafting social media campaigns that reached far and wide, teaching others about the richness of their culture. Talia's heart swelled. Each word was a call to arms, urging her to be a part of this awakening. Suddenly, amid the warmth of the flames, a chill swept through the gathering as Jarek's storytelling took a striking turn. He spoke of the ongoing struggles faced by indigenous peoples, the battles for land, rights, and recognition. The light-hearted laughter faded, replaced by a somber tone as he painted a picture of injustice that lingered like a dark cloud over their history. Talia's heart ached, and she clenched her fists, determination bubbling within her as she recognized the responsibility of her generation. They were the keepers of the stories, the voices that would not be silenced. As the fire crackled fiercely, Jarek encouraged them to look at the stars, each one a reminder of their ancestors watching over them, guiding them through the challenges of life. Talia felt tears prick her eyes, a blend of sorrow and hope intertwining in her chest. With every story told, a new layer of her identity was forged. She was part of something greater, a collective force that would not fade into the shadows. As the gathering continued, the tension shifted once more. The crowd erupted in applause as Jarek's final tale came to an end, but it wasn't an end at all. It was a beginning, a powerful spark igniting within each heart present. The stories were alive, breathing, demanding to be shared, whispered to the winds, sung to the rivers, and carried into the future. With the embers glowing bright and the stories swirling in the air, Talia looked around at her community, faces illuminated by the fire, eyes shining with renewed purpose. She understood then that the revival of indigenous mythology was not just a nostalgic return to the past. It was a vibrant, living testament to resilience, a chorus of voices rising up to reclaim their narrative. And as the fire flickered on, the stories continued to weave themselves into the fabric of their lives, binding them together in an unbreakable bond that echoed through time and space, a loop that would never truly end. In a world where the whispers of ancestors float through the air like a lingering fragrance, the stories of the past carry the weight of generations. A lone storyteller stands beneath a sprawling oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like aged fingers, beckoning those who dare to listen. As the sun dips low, casting a warm glow over the gathering crowd, the storyteller raises their voice, weaving tales that pull at the heartstrings, igniting imaginations and igniting the embers of forgotten dreams. But these tales are not mere fabrications. They are the lifeblood of cultures, threads woven into the very fabric of identity. Each story holds a lesson, a caution, a celebration, a living testament to the struggles and triumphs of those who walked before. Yet, as the words dance in the air, a tumultuous question hangs heavily above the gathering. Who has the right to tell these stories? And at what cost? The tale of the Native American creation myth unravels with haunting beauty. The storyteller's voice trembles as they describe the sky woman who fell from the heavens, landing softly on the back of a turtle that would become the earth. This sacred tale, passed down through countless generations, is more than just entertainment. It is a map of spiritual beliefs, a guide to understanding existence itself. To misinterpret this story, to strip it of its significance, would be to sever a vital connection to heritage, to leave a scar where there should be reverence. Imagine a distant village where the elders gather under the stars, their faces etched with the wrinkles of wisdom. They hold tightly to the stories of their people, recounting how the moon was born from the tears of a forgotten goddess. Each word is a prayer, a connection to the past, a shield against the erasure of identity. The storyteller pauses, letting the silence speak volumes as the weight of this cultural responsibility settles over them like a shroud. There's an unspoken truth. Myth-telling is a sacred act, and with it comes the duty to honor and respect the cultures from which these tales originate. Yet, modernity looms large. The rise of digital platforms has turned storytelling into a commodity, a product to be consumed and discarded. The rich tapestries of myth are often reimagined, reshaped, and retold by voices not their own, sometimes with little understanding of the significance behind the words. This is where the tension ignites, the sense of injustice that sends shivers down the spine. Imagine a young artist, inspired by the vibrant stories of the Sami people, creating a piece that resonates across the globe. Their intentions may be pure, yet without a deep understanding of the cultural significance, the artwork risks becoming a superficial representation, a hollow echo of something profound. The air thickens with emotion as the storyteller shares the tale of the Dreamtime from Aboriginal Australia. The complexity of these stories, interwoven with the landscape, speaks to a deep connection to the land itself. To tell these stories without the knowledge of their place within the culture is akin to plucking flowers from a sacred garden. The beauty is lost, the essence stripped away, leaving behind only a shadow of what once was. The audience shifts, a collective breath held tight as they grapple with the weight of these words. Every culture is a vast ocean of mythology, teeming with unique narratives that reflect their history and values. The ancient Greeks spoke of gods and heroes, their tales filled with moral lessons and warnings. To twist these stories for mere entertainment, to overlook the gravity of their origins, is to risk losing the very heartbeat of a culture. The ripples of this loss extend far and wide, touching generations yet unborn. As night deepens, the storyteller's voice rises in intensity, conjuring images of the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth. Each word carries the weight of civilization, a reminder of the power of storytelling to shape worldviews. In retelling these ancient stories, there lies an obligation to approach them with the respect they deserve, recognizing their role as cultural heritage. They are not just tales. They are the echoes of lives lived, lessons learned, and wisdom passed down through time. The emotional turmoil within the audience swells, each individual caught in the delicate balance between admiration for these stories and the ethical responsibility that accompanies them. The storyteller's heart beats in tandem with theirs, a shared understanding forming in the space between silence and sound. They speak of the dangers of appropriation, of how the threads of a culture can be frayed when taken out of context. The stories must be told, yes, but by those who grasp their essence, who honor their origins. With each passing moment, the night deepens, and the stars twinkle overhead, bearing witness to this sacred exchange. The tales told around the fire are not just tales. They are a lifeline. The audience can feel it, the tug of their own heritage, the pride in their own stories, echoing alongside those from distant lands. They understand now that the act of myth-telling is both a privilege and a responsibility. The ancient traditions that have weathered the storms of time must be honored, not exploited. As the stories intertwine, the storyteller opens their heart, allowing the audience to glimpse the raw tension inherent in this ethics of myth-telling. They voice the fears of cultural erasure, the threat that hangs like a dark cloud over narratives that have survived against all odds. The emotions swell, a palpable energy that vibrates through the crowd, binding them together in a shared understanding of the importance of respect. The final words of the night hang in the air like a spell, a promise that this conversation will not end here. The crowd lingers, eyes wide and hearts racing, each individual grappling with what it means to carry the weight of stories both personal and collective. The storyteller's voice fades gently, but the echo of their message remains, a spark igniting a fire of awareness that will continue to burn brightly in the hearts of those who dared to listen. In that moment, the air is thick with potential. The stories waiting to be retold, reimagined, but now with the weight of responsibility firmly grasped. As the crowd begins to disperse, the faint sound of laughter and whispered conversations fills the night. But the questions linger, a haunting refrain echoing through the air. Who will tell the stories? And how will they be told? The answers lie just beyond the horizon, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The crackling of ice echoed like whispered secrets in the vast silence of the Arctic night, A lone figure stood at the edge of a shimmering glacier, eyes wide with wonder as the dancing lights of the aurora painted the sky in vibrant greens and purples. This was a moment steeped in myth, where the past intertwined with the present, where ancient stories flickered to life like the stars above. The air was thick with the weight of legends, each one a thread in the tapestry of a world undergoing profound transformation. As the figure gazed into the icy expanse, they could almost hear the voices of the ancestors. Tales of the Great Spirit, who shaped the land, of the cunning raven who brought light to the world, and of the majestic polar bear, a guardian of the Arctic realm. These stories, passed from generation to generation, were more than mere entertainment. They were lifelines, anchoring a culture deeply connected to the rhythms of nature. Yet, beneath the surface of this rich history lay an unsettling shift, a world in upheaval, where the ice was melting, and the myths themselves were evolving. In villages scattered across the Arctic, elders gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the glow as they told stories of resilience and survival. They reminisced about the days when the land was solid and predictable, when seals thrived and the seasons followed a reliable pattern. Children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations ignited by tales of mythical creatures and heroism against the odds. But now, a new narrative was emerging, one that spoke of change, urgency, and the fragility of existence. The elders' voices trembled as they recounted how the landscape had altered, how once frozen rivers now flowed freely, and how the whispers of the wind carried a different tune, laden with the scent of uncertainty. The stories of old were grounded in the harsh realities of life and death, of hunting and gathering, of respect for the land that provided. Yet, in the face of climate change, these narratives were adapting, morphing to include the looming specter of loss. New tales emerged, of the walrus that now swam far from its traditional hunting grounds, of the thinning ice that no longer supported the weight of the hunters. The myths were not just surviving. They were becoming a call to action, a plea to heed the warning signs written in the melting glaciers and shifting wildlife patterns. One evening, under the sweeping canvas of the aurora, a young woman named Anya stood before her community, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She spoke with passion about the legends that had shaped her identity, yet she infused them with a new energy. "We are the stewards of these stories," she declared, her voice strong and clear, "but we must also be the authors of their future." Her words resonated like a drumbeat, stirring emotions within those who listened, igniting a sense of urgency to adapt their stories for the world that lay ahead. In the shadows, an elder watched, his mind racing with memories of his youth, stories that had once filled his heart with pride. He recognized the weight of Anya's words, the blend of fear and hope that coursed through the crowd. He reflected on the time when stories of the sea serpent had kept sailors from danger, when tales of the wise owl had guided the lost back home. But now the narratives were shifting, incorporating warnings about climate change, the urgency of conservation, and the need for unity in the face of adversity. In the distance, a rumble echoed across the ice. The ground shook slightly, a reminder of the volatile nature of the landscape. The communal fire flickered, casting eerie shadows against the darkened sky, as if the spirits of the past were urging them to listen closely. The stories had once belonged to the land, but now they belonged to the people, a living testament to their connection with the environment and the challenges they faced. As the gathering continued, Anya felt a surge of energy as her community rallied around her, their voices rising in a collective determination. They began to weave the old with the new, creating a patchwork of narratives that celebrated their heritage while acknowledging the realities of a changing climate. The legends of their ancestors would no longer simply recount the past. They would serve as a guide for the future, a roadmap to navigate an uncertain world. In that moment, the ice beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life, as if it too recognized the power of stories to shape destiny. The narratives were no longer static. They were alive, breathing, evolving with each whispered word. They became a source of strength, a reminder that even in the face of daunting challenges, there was beauty and resilience to be found. As the crowd dispersed, Anya stood alone, staring up at the swirling colors of the aurora. A sense of purpose filled her heart, a fire ignited by the knowledge that she was part of something greater. The myths of her ancestors had not faded. They had transformed, reflecting the changing times and the indomitable spirit of her people. But change was an ever-present companion, creeping closer with each passing season. The winds howled their warnings, and the ice continued to recede, whispering of futures unknown. In that vast, icy expanse, Anya understood that the stories would continue to evolve, carrying with them the pulse of her people, the heartbeat of the Arctic world, a world that would forever be intertwined with the narratives of its inhabitants. And so, as the stars glittered above, she felt the weight of both history and hope resting on her shoulders. The legends would go on, morphing as the landscape changed, echoing the urgent call of the present while honoring the sacred tales of the past. The future of Arctic myths was not just a reflection of what had been, but a beacon guiding them forward into an uncertain yet hopeful tomorrow. The transition had begun, and with it, the promise of new stories waiting to be born. Beneath the shimmering veil of ice in the Arctic, ancient stories whisper in the bitter wind, haunting the hearts of those who dare to listen. The frozen expanse, a landscape of stark beauty, harbors secrets that have long been lost to time. Here, in this desolate wilderness, the ghosts of the past linger beneath layers of snow, waiting for the world to remember them. In the shadows of the glaciers, myths begin to emerge. Tales of mythical creatures that roamed the icy terrain, leaving behind trails of wonder and apprehension. Inuit legends speak of the Qalupalik, a monstrous figure lurking beneath the ice, waiting to snatch away unsuspecting children who venture too close to the water's edge. The very thought of this being sends chills down the spine, and the icy winds seem to carry their warnings through the air. Children gathered around fires listen wide-eyed as elders recount these stories, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, the crackling wood echoing the heartbeat of the land itself. But it isn't just the stories of creatures that pulse beneath the surface. The ice holds within its grasp the remnants of long-lost civilizations, lives once lived in harmony with the land that now lies frozen. Archaeologists, driven by an insatiable curiosity, scour the landscape, unearthing tools, bones, and artifacts that speak of a time when the Arctic was not merely a canvas of ice, but a flourishing home. The artifacts tell tales of survival, of hunting, gathering, and the fierce determination of people who braved the harshest of elements. Each item discovered is a piece of a puzzle, fragmented yet potent, igniting the imagination with visions of vibrant life teeming amidst the cold. In the late 19th century, the adventurous spirits of explorers ignited a frenzy of interest in the Arctic. Legends of the Northwest Passage captured the imaginations of many, leading daring men to embark on treacherous journeys. The names of these explorers, Franklin, Amundsen, echo through the annals of history. They ventured into the unknown, driven by dreams of glory and discovery, only to meet the unyielding might of the Arctic. Their tales are bittersweet, filled with both triumph and tragedy. As their ships became trapped in ice, the explorers faced not only the fury of nature but the haunting realization of their own mortality. Yet, for every tale of triumph, the Arctic has its shadows. The loss of the Franklin expedition still sends shivers through the veins of those who hear its story. The ships, trapped in the ice, became tombs for the crew. What happened to those men in their final moments? Did they succumb to despair or rally in the face of death? The ice holds these answers close, a bitter guardian of secrets that may never be revealed. The very breath of the Arctic seems to echo with their unfulfilled dreams, a chilling reminder of the thin line between life and loss. Even today, the ice continues to shape the legends that emerge from its depths. Climate change pulls back the veil, revealing long-hidden relics, but it also threatens to erase the very stories that defined this land and its people. As the ice melts, so too do the memories, leaving only fragments of what once was. The world watches with bated breath, torn between the allure of discovery and the sorrow of loss. Each crack in the ice reverberates like a heartbeat, a pulse that reminds humanity of its fragile connection to this unforgiving environment. Skeptics may dismiss these myths as mere stories, yet those who inhabit the Arctic know better. They feel the weight of their ancestors' tales in their bones, a connection forged through generations. The elders, with the wisdom of the ages etched upon their faces, share the stories late into the night, their voices weaving a tapestry of past and present. The ice bears witness to their words, absorbing the essence of the lives that have danced upon its surface. In these moments, laughter and tears mingle, binding the community together in an unbreakable bond. As the northern lights dance above, painting the sky with hues of green and pink, the myths of the Arctic pulse with renewed vigor. They rise from the frozen landscape like specters, longing to be heard. Creatures of legend and spirits of the past beckon to those who are willing to listen. It is in these fleeting moments that the magic of the Arctic emerges, a reminder that beneath the ice lies not just a barren expanse but a rich tapestry of life, loss, and legacy. With each passing year, as the ice recedes further, the stories continue to unfold. What other secrets lie beneath, waiting to be uncovered? What other myths will emerge as the world grapples with the realities of a warming climate? The Arctic, a land of extremes, holds its breath, poised to reveal its truths, yet shrouded in the mystery of its past. The hearts of those who dwell in its embrace beat in unison with the land, driven by a shared history that transcends time. Even now, as explorers and scientists traverse this icy realm, a sense of urgency fills the air. The stories of old must be preserved, etched into the hearts of those who tread upon the fragile ice. The elders impart their knowledge, passing down the myths that have shaped their identity for centuries. But will these tales survive the encroaching tides of change? The question looms large, a specter that dances upon the horizon, unseen yet ever present. As the shadows lengthen and the wind howls with a haunting melody, the myths of the Arctic remain alive, an enduring legacy that transcends time and space. Each flake of snow that falls carries with it the weight of history, a reminder that beneath the ice lies not just loss, but hope. A hope that the stories will continue to be told, that the spirits of the past will guide the future. And as the world watches, the Arctic stands resolute, a sentinel of time, forever echoing with the voices of those who came before, and those who have yet to come.